as we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, that's all set up. That's all set up. Everything's working over there-ish, and also over here-ish as I check my audio. Yep, everything works. Yay. And yeah, let's get set up a little bit as actually I should yeah, let's do it as a
entering safe area.
and that rifle comparison video. As copy that over here. I'll have those at the ready. Yeah, we're gonna go and record this thing that we that I need to like just have recorded a billion years ago. And that is this rifle video. But actually, is there a way I can fix this? Let me just do this and this a bunch. Does it? That's working. I can refresh always, right? As I was not showing the beginning part of some of the cells there. Yeah, let's give this thing a final checkup, and then just go. Let's actually give my rifle collection a final checkup here as well. Let's take that away for a little bit. Let's put this guy on a rifle. On the build, we're going to like compare it with, together with this glass chest, and then this group of mask. So it's basically like this, right? Yeah. 59,200, and then yeah, for the other weapons, it's basically 54. And this is then 185 becoming a 195, right? This is basically the choice we made. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a peek over here. Is there anything I want to change here? Actually, there is one thing, right? I want to bold all of these. All the way from there, all the way from here. We need these to be bolded just so they're more legible.
Good to actually be doing something.
Kind of want to bring that talent percentage somewhere more in line. But also, screw that. That'll be so much work. I was thinking about yes. I mean, we see the results here, right? Basically, between like strained and boomerang. Like strained one is all the way up there. And then the boomerang one is all the way down here. So, you know, boomerang adds less than strained. Do
Weekly medical checkups are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot. Failure to comply could lead to the exposure.
Yeah, let me actually have a peek over here. And hey there, Omni. I think they updated weapon skins in the last update. Like, which ones? Like high ends or more exotics? Because they've been doing a bunch of exotics recently. Especially in the mid ones. Yeah, really not. Oh wait, reds. Oh, yeah, indeed, they have. Wait, actually, let's check the. Is it more than just exotics, or like is there a list somewhere? Rifles. There's rifles up here. Actually, rifles we've already seen. This is still the same, right? Yeah. But yeah, red look different there, indeed. Is that the only one, or is there more? Because yeah, this scope wasn't on here. These embellishments weren't on here. It's basically got the same treatment. Oh, that skull in the back is actually kind of cool looking. The skull in the thingy. You know what? That does look cool. Is it only that, or is there more? Okay, yeah. Okay. I accidentally found it anyway.
Please remember to switch off and unplug all electronic devices. Thank you for your call.
I don't know, that is an obvious change. Good. That weapon could use that, so that's a good thing. Let me catch up here as well. Strategies, yeah, stroke my perfect models on Mars, and most LMGs are not toast after the accidental talent change. Yeah, let's see what they do with it. Yeah, I have a bunch of weapons affected as well. We'll have to see if they have a solution or if it's just a loss. Hopefully they'll find a solution. And hey, the Mantir. Let's go watch some. Yeah, well, we're gonna go indeed and record this thing in a little bit. I'm just prepping kind of last preps. Yeah, I lost one Model 700 as well. One was affected. We don't know if it's lost still. Like, I have to see what they say. But yeah, I have one close and personal. You know, that like really good talent Model 700s. Yeah. I'm gonna get close and personal and then shoot them within 7 meters. I need a well weasel. Change the talent of one, but I really enjoy the fact that something. Okay. I mean, then it's like not even like, yeah. I mean, those are nice, but yeah, at least it's still like salvageable. I'll just allow us to recalibrating 2 slots per item would like really make the game like way too easy. Like that's the whole thing of like farming is just, you know, you can optimize everything, but you have one recalibration. So usually you need the right item because just any yellow item, like any Empress or stuff like that, you could just then recalibrate both things on it. Even on weapons, because yeah, the only things we need to recalibrate are the third stat and like, so any weapon that was like even decent, you could. Well, we'll have to see. From our end, it's hard to tell if it what the issue like exactly as. So maybe they'll find a solution which actually like just gets it back. Because could either random doesn't really just happen with computers unless you actually, you know, at some way generate it. Because if the talents are just shifted or something, they can, you know, just undo what they did basically, or just fix it, just point the things in the right direction. Can they do anything? Well, as said, but also even more complex things, because for instance, the saves of all these items exists before the change. Even if they like re-roll their stats randomly, just go through the entire. But then that's the thing, you would need to merge old saves with new saves. But basically, go like, okay, take all of the weapons out of the old saves, overwrite every item ID that already existed, for instance, or something like that. That could be very, you know, intensive. That might like take a full day of maintenance or something to do, maybe. But you know, if you want to be creative about it, there's a billion things we could speculate. But that's the thing, we can just speculate. But yeah, it could be just as simple as that. Literally, all of the items were like shifted +1 on their talent or something in the back end, and some items were affected because they're like, you know, in the early item IDs, and some aren't because it's in the later item IDs, and just stuff like that. We can't tell from our end. So we'll just have to wait and see. And hey, everybody. You know, just broke. Yeah, but that was likely, you know, that was missing a talent, or that was missing a stat. So
I've got what
that was not, that data was no longer there. Here it's not that they're missing the talent. But yeah, again, I'm also speculating. It could be that they can't fix it, but we don't know. And just pure speculation isn't really that useful. But I'm just laying out, you know, things that could be going. Let's have the Mooskin national pride. Well, then hopefully at one point they'll bring it back, maybe with a bundle or something. Because I'm pretty sure it was indeed in one of the bundles, or in one of the season thingies. They've brought some of them back with some of the bundles, but they're likely going through all of the agents, like these agent bundles. So definitely not for the at least next 2 weeks, likely, right? Because we have Parnell still to go, and we have Keener to go. So but yeah, let's go get set up for this thing. Actually, I want to have a look at targeted first. This looks good. This AR zone looks good. To farm in a little bit. Is my X gone wonky again? It seems like it. Oh no, it seems to be back. Chest and backpack. Yeah, backpack's in the manhunt zone. Might go do that 4th manhunt. There's even a 1 or 2 black dust bounties in there, right? Right. Oh, actually 1, right? But yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go check that, because I'm very curious about that. Mr. Weaver. At least, yeah, that's this one, right? Young Danny. Let's go see what young Danny has to say for himself. Royal Orange. Yeah.
Civilians in danger.
I do have to say, as a Dutch person, I of course do own 1 orange t-shirt. I feel it's mandatory to own one at some point in your existence. And yeah, I'll go get to Danny down here. Because I'm curious if indeed he has reset again, now that they fixed him, basically. And if he has, again, inventory, because I bought some of the stuff out of it. And yeah, he does indeed have inventory. It's not even the same inventory he had on Monday. Because, yeah, there was definitely some year 5 caches in there. 4 of these. Okay, that's... anyway, these are, again, these field proficiency ones. Are they? I shouldn't... Did they... I mean, I'm just gonna... For $100 or 100 textiles, I mean... We'll get a bunch. And, yeah. Don't mind if I take some resources as well.
Civilians in distress.
It's interesting that the items come in a little bit later than you buy them. That doesn't happen with any other shop. I'm gonna guess there is like a server check there, just because there's a supply thing of it, of course. Also, yeah, Coney Island for the daily there. Just checking as I remember there. Oh, wait, did they change this? These are no longer green. Okay, they've changed this, haven't they? Yep. I'm gonna guess, yeah. Because first of all, they weren't green. They were the same color as normal field proficiency caches, so... oh yeah, I can't see the resources screen, right? That is still an issue. We have enough space for 4 of these. Yes, yeah, 200 of every green resource. I'll pay some textiles for that.
Civilians in danger.
But yeah, so he has reset if you hadn't, if you had even used them Monday. So, but yeah, looks like his inventory no longer has those, like the better field proficiency caches. Or I got very unlucky there, but I feel that, yeah, this is not, yeah. Both them not being green and, yeah, the subsequent rolls of stuff. Right. Detox SR1.
Nice doing business with you.
I'll hold on to that for now. Deconstruct the rest. Let me catch up here on what's going on over here. And hey there, Spiller, and Marcos as well. Hey there. That's gonna let us get the materials back when we deconstruct item. I think it's hard to get it. It's still like it would be just annoying, but I mean that's part of the game, right? Farming, but I'd rather farm because I need something rather than that something that I already had is now broken. But yeah, again, let's wait till what they come out with. You know, I feel there's a lot of wild speculation going on, and yeah, it doesn't help anyone. Let's wait till they at least say that we can't get them back till we go like, oh, we can't get them back. Because that might be the case, but I had some places in mind for the intro, but I've actually basically already forgotten what I had in mind. Because I was thinking the start room of Summit, but also that's really dark place. Yeah, let's have a look. Because does the game day actually matter for lighting there? I don't know off the top of my head. Before they announced that we were decided to unlock every apparel Texas segment. Yeah, actually, yeah, we don't have a apparel event anymore. So yeah, I have 6,679 apparel caches. At unlocking them, you know, each of them being 5 seconds, I feel that that will be insanely long. I'm not even going to calculate it. It's that long. Nope. I'm fine with this 43k. Once I run out, then I'll think about it. You know what? With some daylight coming through, although this part is still dark, I was kind of thinking of using this. but it's all a little bit too dark. What's another, like, trying to think of like good spots. Maybe some weapons on a wall.
Safe area detected.
I mean, you know what? We can just go, yeah. Why not? Let's just go New York. Let's go be next to Mackenzie. Let's not overthink it. Let's just get it done. And hey there, Memphis. And indeed, we are gonna go do the rifle video as we're setting up for that. I mean, well, Ravenous is up there. There's actually not that many rifles in this. How many rifles are in the other one? Well, Merciless and stuff like that. Well, I'll just use this as the background. I haven't used this one yet. I was thinking of using it for one. Let's use it here. Those going to be built off in Brazil with the last version. Oh, yeah. Kind of remember like around that time, but yeah, usually whenever the World Cup is around. I just to fit in, just so people don't go, you know, because it's kind of like not wearing green on St. Paddy's Day if you go outside, kind of like that. And yeah, I'm gonna actually let's do this, and I'm gonna pin those messages for a little bit till I remove them, basically. Just so people that when they come in, they will know that that is what is happening. Is this because of the zoom, or why is it? I always despise on the, yeah, there we go. On YouTube, there's that like emote thingy on the side. And that emote thingy is always super annoying because it's also like in front of the like a triple dot to like pin something or stuff like that. So yeah, let's set this up. As yes, I'm looking through the scenes just to see if anything is broken or anything. Let's have a final look in here and see what I kind of want to say, actually, because yeah, the standouts are really like, yeah, Classic M1A is a standout. Dr. Home is actually a standout. Vindicator now with focus is okay, but then like when focus or like when it's inactive, it's pretty bad. And then when it's active, it's pretty good. But yeah. ACR are good. We can extrapolate the rest basically from that. Mark 17s being this high up really are the standouts. Just because of their RPM. Because rifles are weird. Diamond Mac is okay. Is okay if you put it on an actual build, but not on this build. Because we're wasting the crit chance, and we can see that in its active and inactive. Yeah, and then there's this whole section of just the mid tiers. And then, yeah, the Classic M1A. So where's Classic M1A? Actually, how much does Classic M1A even gain from strain? Gains a 9%. Okay, that's actually still pretty impressive. Actually, does it? Wait, it's the second. It's. Oh, wait, is that the boomerang one? No. What? Yeah, it is a boomerang one. Where's the Classic M1A strained? Oh, this is the strained. I was looking at. And I feel I'm gonna shit on boomerang a little bit. Although I'm not really, because as much as strength looks good on these stats, it's kind of hard to keep it up. That's what he said. And yeah, Merciless and Vinded Ravenous we need to like address by themselves. Yeah. Let me catch up one last time on stuff over here before I get in, because we'll record an intro, then we'll record oh, actually, I totally have to, right? Actually, I mean, why else buy these things? I just have Kiki Jiki here. Just, you know, looking up at the Ravenous there. I feel this is a okay shot to start off with. Sigmark 17. Anything specific about the Memphis? And Hater Rising. And do you have a clan where people do raids and missions in groups? No, I'm not part of a clan. If you're looking for an active clan, there are several available, especially if you go the official Discord. If you just in Discord, well, kind of depends if you're on PC, especially. If you're on consoles, the LFG Reddit, the looking for, well, there's a LFG slash like looking for LFC, looking for clan. This Reddit that has like people advertising, that's I feel more active for like PS5, like the PlayStation and the Xbox people. On PC, on the official Discord, you can find there's a clan recruitment channel, which is a lot of active clans advertising there, and you can find the clan pretty easily there. But yeah, I'm not part of a clan, and I don't have my own clan, and I likely won't as well. So. But yeah, there's a bunch of places you can go and find clans. As there are a ton of active clans available, always basically. After you can remind me asking one shot sniper build question, we would love your opinion. I mean, you can ask it. I'll answer it likely in between, as I'll jump into the thing now and then do an intro, do a premise, and then I'll jump back over there and see what's up, and then we'll go into the main body of the thing. Yeah. So I need that one. Actually, wait, do I have this one too? Yeah. Right. Those both at the ready. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna start it here basically, where Kajika is like just ogling the Ravenous over there. Is salivating over it. Or actually he wants his gun back, right? He's like, oh wait, actually not like that. Like this. He's like, they took my gun. They could have joined us, but they took my gun instead. Yeah, let's just try, right? And then sometimes, yeah, I'll take a few takes on stuff, but but yeah, let's just get going. Actually, what was the line of this? In-depth look track, right? It's what they're called. Yeah, let's just go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're having our in-depth look into rifles, which has been a little bit of a time coming because there's been a little bit of a gap between rifles and the other ones, and mostly because I wanted to set up rifles a little bit differently and spend a little time to get the spreadsheet to a better level, which I feel I have now. And yeah, we're going to discuss them over a spreadsheet and go into them. In rifles, though, the burst and sustain numbers are less of they're more of a guideline, more than an, where they with ARs you can actually hit it, even if you're trying to max out your burst DPS with a rifle. You'll likely still be behind it. It depends on you clicking, or maybe a macro clicking for you. But all of those are kind of lossy, so we'll discuss them in that context as well. But mostly we'll discuss which ones are worth picking, because even if you want to just get a little bit of damage out, there are obvious standouts in the category now, and we'll go over some of them. And of course, everything will be linked down below and timestamped, so you can jump around as you want. We're going to start off with the premise, where we'll go over the build. We're going to discuss them over and then go into burst and then into sustained DPS. Well, that one was a little bit awkward. Was it long? I might redo that. I don't hate it, but also I'm a little like... So it's 130. It's fine. Because yeah, I want that at the start of it. Because kind of like with, you know, marksman rifles, like you can't do burst and sustain DPS for, you know, it doesn't matter to some things. Rifles, it does matter to them, but you still have to kind of, yeah. If you're using a ACR SS on a Umbra build, for instance, or something, I can't click that 10 seconds, like 10 times a second that it needs consistently. Okay, well, thanks for being considerate. But yeah, then yeah, remember, yeah, well. Will likely take a little bit here, but yeah, I'll answer it indeed then after. And indeed, we're doing a video recording time. Yeah, let's go over the premise. So actually, what I want to do is start off as I'm changing the build in the background, but yeah, just see what we have to start with. Yeah. Oh, does it actually? Wait. As somebody brought up there that the Dread Edict over here. Actually, yeah. Well, it never even got, because there was an intermediate one actually. Yeah, because this one never got that. Because there was an intermediate one which had the ACOG scope as well. Because the Dread Edict for a little while now had the ACOG scope, which was weird for it as well. But yeah, now it has, of course, the complete new look. But yeah, they haven't updated it over there. Oh, also not capacitor. This thing, blue screen. Blue screen also is the old skin here. Like it looks completely different nowadays. But yeah, the blue screen over there is also just, you know, it's because there it looks like a stoner with just a weird skin. But yeah, they completely altered that one as well. But yeah, indeed, Dread Edict with the old skin there. As yeah, there's a new skin for it. For those that have not seen it, it came in with this patch. Yeah, let's. Yeah, we're gonna start off here, and then we'll go. And the spreadsheet we're going to base this all on lives in the burst and sustain tables with the rest of them. It is this 4.0 rifles on high-end glass red. As I went with the high-end glass red because I feel that is the most generic build we could kind of pick for it. If we're going to do ARs and such on strikers, I feel a high-end red is the way to go for rifles, and then glass will work for all of the talents, for instance, because of course there are some weapons also in this list where, for instance, focus can be our major focus for it. But I went with a high-end red. The results of it is here, as we have a burst list first and a sustain list second. This spreadsheet has also been altered, where the talent now is actually inside of the spreadsheet itself, as I was using for the other ones. We basically taking the stats as they were in the sheet, taking them over to a talent calculator, calculating out the increase of that talent, and then bringing that back. One of the reasons this took a little bit longer is that I've implemented this here now for this case for Boomerang, for Strength, and for Optimist into the spreadsheet. And I am actually going to bring that back to the AR, SMG, and LMG ones so that we can actually alter values into here. And you can do that as well for yourself. If you copy this to your own Google Drive, you can alter any of the values, for instance, to be your build, or for instance, as well, these gradings, as we do have a few conceits here. And let's go to those as, yeah, we are setting the build up in a specific way. And that is that everything is with grade 25. So with all of the weapons, we're adding in basically 25 weapon damage, which would come from the grade 25 weapon. We're choosing to go with 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA rate. These two numbers are just based on what I think is the regular experience. These two numbers will wildly differ on content, on the player, on what you're doing, which weapon you're running. We do have to pick something, and I'm picking 20% headshot rate, as I feel that is something that in most content, in just matchmaking heroics and such, you can reach quite decently. 60% DTA rate is, it's kind of averaging out solo and group play and stuff like that. Also very dependent on content, again, very dependent on the player as well, kind of how they play and such. For both, especially more for headshot, of course. Those are our conceits. We have to pick something. Those are the things that are picked. Here, though, with the build itself, we are doing two different types of builds, because there are one set of weapons that are 15 crit chance or more. Actually, there are none that are more, which is basically the 3 mod weapons, where we put 3 crit chance mods on them. For instance, on this ACRSS, we have the 3 crit chance mods, and then we have the magazine mod. The magazine as well, we can choose to, for instance, with these larger mags, to not extend them further. So a common thing you could pick here is a plus 20 round mag, this plus 20 minus 10 reload. You could pick these, taking them to, for instance, in the case of the ACRSS here, from 30 to 50 rounds. But what you can do as well is take a stability mag. And that is also one of the things that we actually do have in that spreadsheet. And that is that with some of them, you will see they have in square brackets, they have BM. That means that they have a big mag. And in the case, for instance, here in Burst, that of course doesn't matter for Burst. The mag size does not enter into the Burst DPS. But of course, later on with Sustain, it really does matter. So here, all of the big mag weapons are basically, if it's a flatline, for instance, here for the ACRSS, right next door to it is the big mag one. I've kept it still like this though, just, I haven't taken them out because that saves me some time. But then of course in the Sustain, those will matter, as all of the big mag weapons, as you can already see, are kind of at the top. But yeah, you can of course forego the big mag to, for instance, in these rifles, to gain some stability. But then for some weapons, you definitely don't want to, for instance, the M1A or the M1A CQB. So for instance, for those, we've only gone with big mag. And then for weapons that have either less mod slots or are, for instance, with flatline, where you have to, in general, give up one of the slots for this link laser pointer, you can, of course, play it with pulse or with a spotting drone or something. But in general, that doesn't work out, I feel. A link laser pointer is a very consistent way to get flatline going. Because of that, they're losing 5 crit chance. For any time we have that, also, for instance, with the classic M1A, as one of the big examples, if there is a less than 15 crit chance on the weapon, we're actually swapping the Grupo mask over to a Coyote mask. So because of that, we're serving up that Coyote to fill up this 54 crit chance we have here to 60. And this 185 goes to 195, as we're picking the mid-range buff for the Coyote. That is a conceit we just have to make, basically, because this is better for 2 mods or less weapons that have 10 crit chance or less on the weapon. That also includes, for instance, the exotics, which have even less sometimes. And with those as well, we have altered the mods or stats on the gear to basically reach their best potential, which they can reach by flipping a crit chance, crit damage mod on points to crit chance, basically stat. So that is our premise. So we have basically 2 builds, 2 versions of the build. And the version with the Grupo as well, just to point that out, that ends up on instead of the, if we go back to a 3 mod weapon, that lands on this 59 and 200, which is actually kind of an awkward number. And that's also because we're kind of considering it to be solo. If we're going to put in, group numbers, it's going to kind of obfuscate things a little bit. So we're just considering it in a solo setting. That is our conceits. Let's go and see actually what our results then are. I feel that one may have been like 11 billion years. 7 minutes. That's about the same. That felt like 12 minutes or something in my head. But that's fine. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. And yeah, I do like the Kajika outfit. I actually do actually like it. I'm not much of an outfit guy, but I actually really like that one. And Hater Testy. Missing gear missing gear or talent for a rifle? Oh, yeah, you mean just in general? Yeah, it would be nice if we had a gear set for them. That's gonna also be the conclusion of this thing, because so let's say you're even doing like this ACR SS, let's say with strained here at 9 million. If we kind of take AR with kind of the same, I mean, this is of course at 100 stack. This is a obliterate striker. It's just like even the lowest AR, like even let's not even let's take the SIG is almost 11 million once a striker gets going. And here a flatline ACR here is like 10.3. Now, of course, this is just doing it from the start, but it's not hard to be even higher than that, because that's the lowest one. Like even a let's say a FAMAS with strained is up here with like 12.9 million. It's a lot of clicking with you should only do it if you kind of like doing it. Oh, actually, I wasn't showing it there, but yeah. You can kind of compare between the numbers of the AR spreadsheet that we had before and this like high-end reds. Just because also high-end reds don't end up that great is one of the reasons. Yeah, let's just jump into this segment thingy. Let me actually put this in the background. Yeah. I'm gonna enlarge them. And yeah, let me catch up on some of the last thing. Poor SIG, yeah. Yes. Poor M4 as well and Carbine 7. SIG is in the worst spot though, I feel. Wait, maybe we'll fix mask on this outfit. Do you mean like that because that it doesn't, right? Yeah, no. I was gonna say like the hood doesn't go back, right, for if you have mask. But I'm kind of okay with it because also I usually don't run mask. But yeah, I could see that. But I wouldn't expect that actually with this outfit. I mean, maybe they could actually, looking at it there. You ever consider one shot build with a rifle? Well, mostly only during like reanimated. It just ends up not consistent enough. You kind of need, you know, the 20 million to get the names and stuff. Of course, you don't need that. You can get a buy with like 15 million and then like not do control points. But yeah, I already don't actually like determined without scope. Like, I feel that's way too cheesy. that's maybe also a reason why I kind of don't do it. But yeah, you could definitely you can likely reach that around that 15 million mark, right? Where you can even like get a elite LMG in one shot. If the devs did what Bungie devs did for Destiny 2 and their rifle class, but the toggle option in the settings just make them full auto, so you can just hold on the. Actually, I didn't know that was a thing with Destiny. That would eat away a little bit of their like soul. But yeah, might be just what we really need is a good gear set for it. That's really what we need. Just gear to go with it, because it's kind of lacking. Let's refresh this thing, because yeah, it was cutting off the names on the left again there. So yeah, let's just record a segment. Let me actually put those other two segments already in the folder for that video. And yeah, let's go. Yeah, I was looking for my where my hotkey was. I mean, let's just go. I don't even know what I'm gonna say. We're just gonna start somewhere and just go through all of the bursts, and hopefully it's not way too long, and then and hopefully I don't say anything dumb, and hopefully like the world doesn't catch on fire. Hopefully the sun doesn't explode. Hopefully these talents don't change, just like underneath me. Suddenly, like I'm looking down here, and then like this boomerang becomes like something else, like Spike or something. Everything becomes a bit measured all of a sudden. No, let's go. Yeah. And yeah, to start it off, let's just start with the top of the spreadsheet. As what we have here is all of the weapons in a row. I have left out some weapons. For instance, the SOCOM M1A. The SOCOM M1A is just a worse M1A CQB. They should have the same stats in 210. They basically forgot to buff the SOCOM M1A. And they haven't fixed that in Project Resolve, which I was expecting them to maybe do, but yeah. So we're, for instance, leaving out that one. With a lot of the weapons, I'm actually choosing to not put all of their talents in there, or to have every weapon with every talent, also with Big Mag or Small Mag. We're making a smaller selection of some of the weapons to be kind of representative of the rest. And we're especially picking the M1A CQB, the classic M1A, the UCS, which is the top burster, and we're picking it because of that. We're picking the ACR SS as it is the second one, but also the one I feel that is kind of like usable in the same way that an AK would be kind of like the UCS. The FAMAS or the F2000 would be much more like the ACR SS. For the other weapons, we are keeping them in with, for instance, the LVOC and the lightweight M4 and the MDR and such, with a Boomerang, with Big Mag and Small Mag, with, for instance, a Stability Mag or some such, just as a comparison point. And then that, of course, will matter a little bit more, as yeah, they're all side by side here in burst, but it will matter a little bit more once we reach sustain. All of the exotics are in here, as for instance, the Vindicator with its talents being active. And also, for instance, Diamondback with its talent active, and then, for instance, with them inactive down here. They aren't very, outside of the Vindicator, they aren't very indicative of the exotics, because, of course, for instance, the Diamondback kind of needs its own build. The Merciless and the Ravenous do special things, which are hard to quantify. You can't really burst or sustain DPS them without taking up an entire chart like this, because for a Ravenous, you would kind of have to have, like, you know, 2 of the left shoulder, 4 of the left shoulder, 6 of the left shoulder, and that could fill up this whole thing, and it wouldn't really enlighten us much, because we don't use the Ravenous in the same way that we use the other rifles, which is just to, you know, use them just for the damage. We do special things with the Ravenous in special places, basically. Same kind of with the Merciless. It kind of depends on how many enemies are around it. This is just its burst DPS, and then on top of this, of course, the talent kind of matters. We might in the future have a little bit more of an in-depth look into them specifically, and kind of how we can try to maybe quantify them in some form. But I didn't want to clutter up this list excessively, so I didn't. Same, for instance, as well, again, why some of the talents aren't on all weapons. Actually, one of the other ones that we have picked as having most of the talents is actually the Mark 17. And yeah, let's actually go to the top. And yeah, if we actually compare this, for instance, with the burst and sustain tables as they already exist for rifles, it is kind of the same order. And that's mostly because most of the weapons in this class are free mod. It isn't like with the ARs where there are 2 top weapons, one with 3 mods, crit chance mods, one with 2 crit chance mods that you kind of have to compare on build. Most of these weapons have actually 3 crit chance mods available to them and a magazine slot. So yeah, we see M1A CQB here with flatline with the Big Mag. For the M1As, I have actually always kept them with the Big Mag. The smaller mag numbers, giving up 5 rounds, basically just ends up killing them completely, to me at least. So we're just not even considering them. We're just taking big mag numbers. In this case, Flatline, of course, winning out. Strained and Optimist following that up a little bit. I do have to say about Strained, while we do have Strained in here, I would mostly pick it for the faster firing rifles. You have a half of a second to have 2 shots go out. Basically, you have a maximum of a half a second between 2 shots that you have to take. And that is a lot more inconsistent, especially, for instance, for something like a classic M1A. While you can actually take 3 shots per second with a classic M1A, that does mean that if you're, for instance, going from one target to another target, you will likely lose Strained. This is the reason we're picking Boomerang as the main talent here. I can tell you already as well, and we have that here as well, although I'll have to zoom out and we'll have to scroll all the way to the right, where there's the implementation of the damage talents on the right side all the way there. If you want to go have a look for yourself, it does actually state what the actual increase is versus for the talent, basically. It is very small here, but for most of the Boomerang ones, it is 3.9% or 3.7%. It kind of depends on the weapon damage. And so, of course, because the weapon damage is actually where Boomerang fits in, it is giving you 40 weapon damage on the shots that you're taking with Boomerang active. This is a build, of course, at 25 grading, so we are actually basically giving the worst case scenario for Boomerang, and it shows. But the thing is with Boomerang, even though it is basically just under 4% for most of these builds as an increase, that is still okay because it's a very consistent 4%. While, for instance, Strained on some of these weapons is anywhere between like 8 and 10%, that isn't something that you can consistently do, especially with Strained. Making that actually Optimist, to me, becomes a much cleaner choice, even though that lands basically between 5 and 7%. I believe the highest one is 7%, where we or 6% where we reach at. So it is a smaller increase, but much more consistent, and consistency matters. That's why also, yeah, I'm picking Boomerang as kind of like the general talent that is going to be on a lot of these weapons. And then we're adding in Optimist and Strained for a few of the special cases, just to not make this list a billion years long. And yeah, the M1A CQB kind of is the top one, but the M1A CQB, of course, as well has only 15 rounds. That gets a little bit better with in the case of Boomerang, because Boomerang does also act as well for increasing the mag size. Those rounds that return to the magazine, they will basically be an extra round that you're firing inside of that magazine. And we see here that, for instance, for the 15-round Classic M1A, it goes to a 19-round. That is actually a tangible increase as well. And of course, you're not going to see those returns on burst, but yeah, you will see those returns on sustain, as we'll see a little bit later on. So there is definitely, I would say, a choice here to be made. Flatline, always for rifles, has been a really good talent since its addition in Season 9. Before that, Boomerang was always the pick, and for good reason, even though Strained and Optimist were always, and still are, competitive to it, especially with for instance, as we'll go into the Mark 17, I would, for instance, there consider Strained or Optimist as well, because of this larger mag size. Well, especially Strained, for instance. But yeah, the consistency of reaching the end of the mag, for instance, for Optimist, is also debatable often, as you do have a lot of damage per mag. So the talent choices here is very, there's no like, it isn't as with ARs where I go like, okay, go Strained with this weapon, with this build, or Fast Hands, or like Preservation, or Future Perfect if you're looking for some utility. It's a lot more wishy-washy, even more so for rifles, where you do have a selection of talents that kind of work out well. And Boomerang, even though it is percentually not that big of an increase in burst, it is still one of the big contenders. Also because it adds to sustain, also because it has that utility for the max size, which adds to sustain, and because it is consistent. As long as you're basically firing, you're kind of hitting the averages of Boomerang, as long as you're firing a decent amount of shots. Let's talk about the Vindicator. Now, the Vindicator, of course, quite recently, yesterday of filming of this, received its changes that it will now work with focus. It is up here. It is pretty high up here when the talent is active. And this is active on the chest. I've actually left out active on the legs, which has actually a 15% decrease actually from this. But if we then try to go and find the inactive one, we have to scroll down pretty far. It is pretty far down the list. And it is a big jump. It is a 40% amp. That is, that puts it basically at the bottom when you're not hitting the thing, and at the top when you are hitting the thing for this build. But what it is to me very much is if you're going focus already, if you're, for instance, going negotiator focus, I could definitely see this as a pick. I would pair it with a secondary weapon that to have alongside of it, where, for instance, because of course warhounds and mini tanks and turrets and all of those kinds of things don't get marked. If you're shooting the tanks at the end of Roosevelt, for instance, those don't get marked. If you're shooting the APC in Wall Street, those don't get marked. You need a different tool for those moments, but for all of the the majority of things you'll be shooting at, which are just the squishy people running around, it does work. So you kind of have to play it smart like that and pair it with something else to deal with the rest, and then use this on the moments where it's active. And if you use it mostly when it is active, mostly hitting the targets that are marked for you, this does seem decent. But, and as you may have gathered there from how I was going with that sentence, there is a big but, and that big but is that it jumps up quite a lot. The MDR is not a precision rifle. It is actually one of the worst jump aroundies. The stability of it is quite bad, especially in comparison to the LVOC, even the lightweight M4. And to me, especially the ACRSS. It is not as consistent as the rest. It doesn't have good mods for it as well. As for instance, with high ends, you can, of course, go with a stability mod. Hell, you could even go with a second stability mod on the muzzle and go with the Coyote at that point, giving up even a little bit more damage, but trying to get consistency out of it. You can't really do that with the Vindicator, and that is actually quite hurting it quite bad, I feel. It is a decent choice if you're going focus. That is basically my recommendation there. We have one other standout here as well, which is the Dr. Home, and that's mostly because it's based off of the Lefty the stage left, I should say, in game, which is the SOCOM M1A. But then the stage left has has for some reason has 30 RPM more. So does the Doctor Home, and that actually puts it quite up high here, making it also a decent choice if you're going focus, just for its damage. Because yeah, it doesn't have an active talent, and this kind of actually as well kind of pushes the Vindicator away from that slot, I feel. And basically, kind of in the same vein as with the Ouroboros, you're basically, even if you forgo the talent, it is a decent pick. But again, it is one where you're putting yourself into a scope. That actually is, to me, actually the bigger killer for both of these weapons. Being in a scope can be very dangerous. It can be pretty okay if you are doing, for instance, a legendary where you know where everything's going to spawn, but in the open world, in Summit, in Countdown and such, it is just not a thing that you can consistently do. Let's move on to some of the other ones where we have here the Artist tool, and this is with Rifleman always active, which of course, and at max stacks, which of course it can't. This one is more in here, so you can kind of compare how high that talent can get, and it is a very powerful talent, Rifleman. We haven't put it in for the other weapons, and the reason for that as well, and this is the reason this one is the only one in here, is it has stacking mechanics, so we would have to add in, you know, at 1 stacks, at 2 stacks, at 3 stacks for each of the weapons and such, or each of the weapons we would want to add this on. That isn't a great, yeah, that would be annoying for the spreadsheet, but it is a good talent and one you should consider, especially if you're hitting heads quite often. Then we get to what I would consider one of while the M1A CQB is the Burst King here, the UCS is also quite high up there. It is, of course, not even really reaching the same numbers, but it is especially usable in a much more consistent sense just because of its mag size. This 15-round mag, as we'll see, especially in the sustain in a second, the UCS basically lands decently good on bursts and sustain both, where the M1A CQB definitely does not. Making it actually, for me, the overall, like, it's kind of like the FAMAS of this category. Then we have actually what I would consider the F2000 of this category then, which is the ACRSS, which is the other high top pick. And while it is a little bit less than the UCS, it is a lot more consistent in its damage. It also has a 30-round mag instead of a 20-round mag, making it much more, it's a much easier choice to go with without the plus 20 mag, because then you have 30 rounds still. You can have the 20 stability on a mag, where here it is a little bit awkward taking it to 20 rounds, although still a decent choice, and one that we, for instance, do make for Optimus for it. So with most of these weapons, the strained one, I've actually kept the big mag, because that makes sense, because strained cares about the mag size. Optimus doesn't. Optimus only cares about the weapon damage. So the Optimus ones are mostly without the big mag, and that's actually what I would do as well, or recommend. If you're going with the big mag, you can go strained, and actually if you're continuously firing, and especially for some cases where, yeah, you are consistently firing for a longer time, a big mag with strained can actually be a really good choice. For consistency's sake, Optimist can also be a really good choice, but even more consistent than that is Boomerang. And yeah, we do see kind of the order of it, as we'll repeat this order basically over and over again, which is that first Flatline, then Strained, then Optimist, then Boomerang, in that order, for the burst DPSs here. And yeah, the ACRSS, a really good pick, but you have to click 7 times a second. This is same actually for the UCS. This is something that a lot of people aren't willing to do. As I hear over and over again that, yeah, it's too much clicking, and I can agree with that. I can make a UCS work for like 20 minutes, and then I'll swap to whatever my secondary is, basically, because after a while, repetitive strained injury is a thing, and yeah, you should try to avoid it. But you can, of course, macro this, for instance. Is that legal? I'm not the Senate, I don't care. You can. Plenty of people have. They haven't cracked down on it. Most games kind of allow it, as long as you don't overdo it. Should you? Here is the thing. With rifles, even with these higher ones, with this burst DPS, we're in the 10 to 11 million range. If you compare this to even Striker with AR, they will quite consistently beat this at around 60 to 70 stacks for most of these weapons, for their top-end weapons. And that's kind of the thing that rifles kind of lack. Well, the Alpha Strike, and Alpha Strike in a lot of games is, a thing that is valued, and in Division as well. A classic M1A hitting really hard per shot can be actually a pretty good deal. It just does not compare to Strikers with an AR or SMG or LMG. And that's kind of the thing that the rifles kind of lack, is they don't have a gear set for them, or high-ends aren't competitive enough. So yeah, you kind of have to always keep that in mind. But just for playing something different, because I do run rifles, I myself also run rifles, just for something different, just to, try to get the most out of some other builds, sometimes it can be quite of good value. And of course, they don't have, if you set them up, for instance, with flatline, you are not dealing with the stacking mechanic, and that at points does have value. For instance, the floor 100 hunters, something like that. It is sometimes better to have the damage up front, or raids actually quite consistently. Although I wouldn't take rifles into raids. Again, I would just take ARs at that point. But yeah, after that tangent, let's go down this list a little bit more, and we'll reach to one of the other standouts, which I would definitely recommend, as it is quite high up in this list. And we are dropping from those 7 clicks a second for the ACR SS and the UCS. We're dropping down to 275 RPM, which is just below 5 clicks a second. For reference, the classic M1A is 180 RPM, meaning that it is 3 clicks a second. This 275 is just below 5. That is actually very achievable and very consistent. And also because you're clicking 5 times a second, you need to recoil compensate less times per second. Because if you're clicking 7 times a second, you need to recoil compensate 7 times a second, require the target 7 times per second, and then fire again. So doing it less times per second is of great value. You are giving up damage for it, of course, but I feel the Mark 17s are the standout weapons now. They are so much higher than the classic M1As that we have all the way down here, that I would definitely recommend, if you like rifles, to this is basically the general use rifle for me now. And I've already added it to many builds, and yeah, it feels pretty good. Especially the Soko Mark 17 is generally the better one. The Mark 17 without any additions to it is the lesser one. But both of them work perfectly fine, and this 5 clicks a second is actually quite a difference, or even less than. Damage-wise, they put out more than enough. They also have long rails. Basically, most of these weapons do have long rails available, so you can go flatline with them. And that's maybe still what I would do with them as well. Go flatline, go with Spotter, because of course Obliterate kind of has... it takes too long to stack up to full. Even though with its increase to 10 seconds duration of it remaining, it's still, I would pick flatline plus Spotter as a general use for rifles. As that works pretty well, as you have a lot of upfront damage. But also, of course, you can go glass plus flatline, for instance, or glass plus some of the other talents if you want to not be technician. Then we have the Diamondback, and the Diamondback, of course, has its talent where it provides its own crit chance. And that means that actually the Diamondback needs its own build. This build is really not conducive to it. We've still added it into here, but I'm also not going to make a specific build for it, because you could forgo all of the crit chance on the build, just having, for instance, crit damage and headshot. You could have negotiators, for instance, and just having headshot or a crit damage on it, and then a headshot alongside of it for the high-end pieces and such. If you make a specific build for it, the Diamondback can be much higher than this, but in this specific case where we're on a build that isn't set up for it, it is kind of middle of the road, and yeah, you'll have that as well. It isn't still even a great weapon, even if you go for a build for it, but we might actually revisit some of the rifles, as I talked about, the Merciless and Ravenous as well. We might revisit them on specific builds for them and kind of try to suss out like where they actually fit in if you try to pull out the most of them in their specific situations where they work. And yeah, we see the kind of the repeating pattern of the talents coming in through here again. One thing of note is that, for instance, here I have strained for the ACR-SS. That's the only place where we've put it with the Big Mag and without. And yeah, it is a decent loss to go without the Big Mag, especially for strained. So, for instance, with the Boomerang, of course, Boomerang doesn't care about the mag size per se, not for burst, but strained does. Because it's reliant on the mag size. The larger the mag size, the more you're at the max stacks of it. And yeah, the Big Mag variant is much higher than the strained variant, although, well, I mean, it is a decent-ish amount. So especially for strained, if you want to go strained, I would recommend the Big Mag. Although with the 30-round ones, you can still get away with it because, for instance, yeah, this ACRSS is still above some of the others. And then we see basically the order as it is also for the burst and sustain tables, which is that, yeah, it goes into LVOEC, it goes into lightweight M4, MDR. Here we do see actually the classic M1A with flatline being a decently high up here. And then if we scroll down a little bit, we start going into some of the lower Mark 17s. We see some of the SIGs popping up. The SIGs are, I would definitely say, the LVOC, the lightweight M4, MDR, and all the SIGs are kind of usable, but they're just mid-tiers. I would definitely pick the Mark 17s over them. You have to even click less, and their accuracy and stability is actually preferable, I feel, to most of these, especially because you have to click less. So these are kind of, yeah, they don't really have anything specifically going for them. So for instance, even in the AR category, we have the G36 ACRE, which have long rails, which the other weapons, the top weapons don't, so you can make a choice for them. Personally, I wouldn't really invest into these for general picks. I'd go with the Mark 17 or with the ACRSS or with the USC. That's also why we've given those most of the talents comparisons. And then, yeah, we go into the M16, the 3-round burster here. It can be actually kind of handy to use it because, yeah, you get 3 shots every time you click, so you actually don't have to click as much. But it is because you're not in control of of the burst, especially with all the other rifles, you know exactly when you're clicking, so you're recoil compensating the second that you're clicking. You can get used to it with the M16A2. It takes a while though, because the second and third burst shots aren't controlled by you per se. You kind of need to get that rhythm down to do the recoil compensation at the right time, because if you don't, of course, it goes way off target. And that's kind of the downside of the M16s. And also, yeah, we still see that they're way down here. I'd pick a Mark 17 again over these if you want to click less. We have the inactive Vindicator, the Resolutes, and then actually the classic M1As start to pop up. And especially the thing is that the classic M1As, of course, do gain a decent amount from Optimus, but actually their strained isn't as great. It does, of course, it is still higher, even if you go strained with it. But you basically have 3 rounds a second that is your firing rate, and you need to put out 2 rounds per second at the minimum for it to keep strained up. And that is kind of the thing with the slower firing rifle like a classic M1A, where you can't actually consistently do that. And I feel that's kind of, you have to consider strained as much less uptime than, for instance, Optimus or especially Boomerang. So I would actually still, yeah, general pick Boomerang. I've always agreed with, especially for these also smaller max size rifles, because it increases them as well, of course, or increases the max size by a decent amount, basically, effectively. And that can be very valuable, especially when you're have only 15 rounds, taking that to this 19 or 20 for the M1A CQBs and such. We also have the baker's dozen in here, just as a comparison. And this is the reason, for instance, why we usually say go a Boomerang Classic M1A over a baker's dozen. Yeah, you basically get a decent amount more damage out of it. Now, the difference between these two isn't that much. It's just 2%. They're just above each other, but that is still a 2% damage loss, basically. And with the Boomerang one, also, you're much more likely to actually get, the higher hits in, which can actually, if you can kill an enemy, what one of the things is that Alpha Strike really provides is that the time to kill of an enemy goes down because you're killing them earlier than if you were fragmenting that same damage over longer times, which, for instance, if your enemy has 50 million health, you're hitting them in one shot for 50 million health, they're instantly dead, basically. If you're hitting them for 51 millions in over, with much higher burst, for instance, because the reload of that 50 million is much higher, theoretically, you could benefit from the Alpha Strike. And that's something that will happen quite often with, for instance, a hard hitter like a Classic M1A. You might actually one-tap a red, for instance, and get them out of play right away. There is definitely some value to that. Then we have the Merciless, and yeah, the Merciless, as we discussed earlier, basically needs its own thing. On damage alone, it is definitely not competitive. It never was. There is some value to it basically being a 200 RPM weapon because you can click down and then click up. You kind of have to get that rhythm down for it, which is very annoying and takes quite a while. And then there's the explosion. There is no real good way to quantify the explosion in a spreadsheet form. There might be one enemy around it, there might be none, there might be 24. You can't really quantify it, except you could, well, it could be its own whole spreadsheet, basically. We're just leaving it, the story here, but what I can tell is, just from experience, it's just not worth it. It ends up that just with, for instance, something like the Regulus, that explosion isn't as consistent as you would want it, but with the Regulus, at least you have something like Headhunter, where you can make it consistent. Because yeah, if you could make this, happen consistently when you needed it to, at the moment that a wave spawns or something, it could be great, like with the Regulus. This isn't that. Also, we have the Perfect Boomerang with Virginian. Virginian is, and the 1886s, as they are all the way down here. And we only really have 1886 with Boomerang here, just as comparison to the Virginian, just so we see that the Virginian is better at Boomerang than just normal Boomerang, which, you could have guessed already. The 1886s have a different role, basically. They are mostly used more for Headhunter, sometimes with Determined. And they have the highest base damage shot, as they have quite high base damages, basically double any other rifle. That is their value. The talents, we use them for that, basically for Headhunter, and yeah, their bursts and sustains are not comparable, but they don't need to be. They have their own niche, basically. But then we have actually one weapon that I see sometimes be recommended, and I definitely would not, is the UIC. And actually, I was considering cutting it from this list just because it's way too low. And it is way too low. But I just wanted to have it in here just to show this, where it is at the end of the burst line by a mile. We, of course, have two exotics underneath it, the inactive Diamondback, which is understandable. And we have the Ravenous there. We'll discuss that in a second. But yeah, the UIC is just way too low on the burst. It also, while decent on the sustain, isn't actually that great on the sustain either, as we'll go into that in a second. To me, I don't really understand what the role of this weapon is. It is very accurate. It is very stable. It is a very low rate of fire. But at the cost of this amount of damage, together with that, ARs exist. At that point, just go with an AR, right? Here we have the Diamondback inactive, of course, on a build. Also, again, not made for it. Then we have the Ravenous. But the Ravenous, of course, again, as well. Kind of with the Merciless, we're kind of short-changing it here because we're putting it in only as its main hits, which is, of course, not what you use it for. You use its talent. Quantifying its talent could take 2 of these whole spreadsheets, basically. So we're kind of leaving it out here. We'll revisit it, but the Ravenous has always been good. It is now better. Yeah, well worth using for its, especially for its armor hits, and of course, just swapping the shoulders over, and of course, it can do things that no other weapon can, which is like preparing things like Razorback for one shot and such. That is all of the bursts. Let's go have a talk about the sustains next. No, that was a lot of words that came out of my mouth there. How long was that? That was an hour and a half? It was 32 minutes. That's fine. That's about the length. But yeah, we had a lot to talk about. Luckily, the sustain is much shorter. Yeah, let's go back here for a second. Let me see all the things I missed, because of course, for those wondering, I'm recording basically a part for a video, and that's what I was doing there. Usually when the chat isn't on the screen, you can deduce that, basically. Why does boomerang talented weapons have more bullets? Because the bullet that comes back from, like, the bullet that crits and comes back as a boomerang bullet basically is an extra bullet in your mag. So it basically increases your mag size as well. Nader Skibby. Figure out the... Yeah. I actually accidentally had... although, well, it was basically just a bracketing error where I had boomerang basically ended up as a separate amp as I had implemented it, which of course it's a weapon damage thing. But yeah, I was basically just looking at it a second day and going like, what, and then fixing it. High school factor, yeah. I feel I should be running 1886 with this Kajika skin, just and hey there, Vamic. With focus, still none no for me. That's it. There was a... I mean, isn't... I would put Sacrum... Like, Sacrum is much more, like... At least the mechanic for Vindicator is pretty consistent, and you can kind of get it going. And, I mean, if you're doing focus, I would definitely pick Dr. Home or that, basically. So... There is some value to that thing, but because actually, what's the difference between them two? Because yeah, there's like a 4% difference between them. So, but yeah, Vindicator, it's just you basically need a secondary to go with it, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, the Sacrum is really a lot more like annoying actually. Delta, what the fuck is going on? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna guess they're likely still having like the issues with that. Yeah, I'm gonna change the battery on the cam here already. As I definitely don't want that to happen in the middle of a recording. Although I also have to say, like, my implementation of Boomerang is still, like, actually looking at what you guys had, or, like, what, I don't know if you implemented it or if it was already there. But, yeah, I'm basically doing a full breakdown of, like, non-crit shots, crit shots, basically. So, basically, I'm doing non-crit shots, boom, non-crit shots, boom, crit shots, adding it all together as a total mag, and then deriving average from that, basically. Then the result is of course the same, but although the reason I do this as well, because I did want to know like how much like yeah, basically the boom crits and the boom non-crits kind of end up as well, but yeah, I hadn't refined it to the point where you guys had. So, and yeah, let's go. See there, yeah, that never happened. Yeah, totally. It's I've never had accidentally the camera go out, especially in a long segment. Yeah, let's just go with a second one. Let me have some water. Actually, let me I've got this thing specifically for this. That is quite soothing to the mouth. So, yeah, let's take it to this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's just go and we'll see where it lands. Oh. Let me click in the game as well so I don't log out accidentally. And to continue on with the sustain, indeed. I'll be a lot shorter here because, yeah, we discussed a lot of things in the burst ones. We'll start off here by saying that the 100% point, I put it a little bit lower than the rest, same as with the AR videos and such. We put it with the ACR with the flatline here, with the Big Mac, as a 100% point for sustain. As some of these other weapons are kind of like more theoretical, especially, of course, the rifleman's and the Vindicator always being active. So that we just have that 100% here and not at the top here, even though they're not like that different actually in this case. Let's start off with the Vindicator. So yeah, with the Vindicator active again, it is actually at the top now of sustain. It has a decently sized magazine, of course, and that helps it with this super fast reload, super low reload. It actually lands up really high on the sustain for when the talent is active. If we go looking for when it's inactive, it is again, yeah, it is towards the bottom and kind of again as it was with the burst. I feel the Vindicator is definitely usable. Damage wise, it just ends up a little less usable, especially it being as jumpy as it is at the 380 RPM that it has. Because yeah, this is all again 6 clicks a second. I would generally pick an ACR SS, for instance, over it. And again, with the mods where you can, for instance, add a bunch of stability to an ACR SS, especially if you give up the Big Mag and go a little bit lower. Yeah, the Vindicator is okay, especially if you're going focus, but because it is still pretty high up here when it is active. But yeah, you're not always, of course, going to hit the target where it is marked just because you can't. Their body might be behind cover, their head might be behind a wall, so, and you can only hit their toe, stuff like that. And I would have definitely, it is worth running, but I would pair it with a different weapon alongside of it as well. Then yeah, we see the artist tools again at full stacks, considering them basically as full stacks. You do gain a lot from Rifleman, but actually what we see is, yeah, not enough. I would say. I would personally pick Flatline over Rifleman generally. I might even go with Strained over it as well. Rifleman is decent, but you have to hit those headshots, and again, not everything has a head. Depending on content, if you're fighting Black Dusk, I would be less inclined to use this, for instance, than if I was just fighting Outcast or such. Then we see what I would say is the general picks is, for instance, yeah, the ACRSS, the Mark 17s. I would say those, to me, are the two top picks. ACRSS, of course, again, 7 clicks a second. It's kind of hard. It does require some practice. I definitely am kind of accustomed to the ACRSS. Kind of enjoy it, actually. But also, I don't enjoy it for hours and hours. Usually 20 minutes of the ACRSS is enough for me. The Mark 17 I can see myself using a bit longer, but again, numbers wise on burst and sustain, it just rifles really need a gear set. We see the same actually here again of the order of things, which is that flatlines come first, then strained. In this case, though, then boomerang, as we're looking for. Actually, that's because in a second, the optimists, of course, are only with the small mags because that's where they matter more. So we've only kept them with that. But yeah, this flatline, of course, a really good pick for rifles. It works well with them, and strained less so, I would say, than this. And boomerang is still effectively here, especially on the sustain. It catches up to to strained quite a lot on the sustain. This is the reason why I would say general picking boomerang or strained is basically equivalent, because if you only look at it as the burst, yeah, strained is a lot ahead. But boomerang, of course, also adds to the magazine size of weapons. So when you have, for instance, the ACRSS here with boomerang, and here with on top with strained with the big mag, the boomerang actually adds in 15 rounds basically extra with the big mag there, and yeah, it starts catching up, and it is consistent. Strained generally ends up not as consistent, and that's kind of the issue for it, especially on rifles. In comparison to boomerang, which is basically just if you fire enough, you'll hit the average of boomerang. Mark 17s again, and then yeah, we have again the LVOC, lightweight M4, MDR, Resolute, the SIGs. Again, basically the burst and sustain tables mirrored here, and that's again because they have the same amount of mods. Their base damages are basically different, so yeah, they're gonna land up kind of in the same order. What we do have, though, is all of the Big Mag weapons, of course, are way above all of the non-Big Mag weapons. But of course, that does come at the cost of the opportunity cost of having, for instance, a stability mag in an ACRSS, which is actually the thing that I do. So usually what I do is for Boomerang ACRSS, I would pick it without the larger mag size, because yeah, with the larger mag size, you also kind of have to, put out 50 rounds for it to be worth it. If you're reloading every 10 rounds, which I end up doing basically, you're much better off without that bigger mag size. The Boomerang will still be consistent there, but actually if we look at the ACRSS with Boomerang, it is actually above the ACRSS with Strained, both without the big mag. Here Boomerangs, just adding into the mag size as well, actually elevates it on sustain over strained. So this is kind of the reason we picked Boomerang, because while its upper bound is a little bit lower, its lower bound is a little bit higher. So it is a much more consistent band that it's in over strained, and also as a talent, it is much more consistent just to trigger it. But then again, to me, the standouts here especially are the ACRSS as one of the top ones. The UCS, of course, is actually always kind of up there as well. Although, especially without the Big Mag, it kind of falls away. This is kind of the reason why I generally pick the ACRSS over the UCS if you're going for a really fast-firing rifle, because both of them have the 420 as their RPM. The ACRSS makes up quite a bit in sustain, especially. The Mark 17. And the Mark 17 is generally as well, it's kind of at the higher end of the pack, both with, as if we go up to this a little bit higher, it was all the way up here, just underneath the ACRSS on the sustain end, because of course it sustains decently well because its RPM is a lot lower. For decent mag size, without the large mag even, it is still competitive as well, because it does have a 20 round mag, of course, instead of a 30 round, which, for instance, the ACRSS and the LVOC and the lightweight M4 have. And it is always basically present. It is always kind of in the pack, kind of showing its face, and that is a good enough reason to pick it, especially because, yeah, it is one of the slower firing rifles. Because, for instance, comparing that to the Resolute, which is a 300 RPM weapon, yeah, it just does not compete. And then, for instance, with the UIC, which is an even slower firing weapon than the Mark 17. This 240. This is a big mag weapon, all the way down here on sustain, versus where the others, like the last big mag, the last other big mag ended here, the 6762 with the big mag with boomerang. This was the last one up here, and then there's a gap all the way to the UIC. The UIC needs a much bigger buff than it has at the, or well, much better stats than it has at the moment. Its accuracy and its stability just don't make up for it. I would rather take an ACR SS with all accuracy and stability mods and kind of outcompete that UIC on those kind of stats, because also it isn't that much more accurate than other weapons in this class, and still outcompete it, because yeah, it is way down there, as we saw earlier, on burst, and here again on sustain. Then if we move on, we'll have actually the M1A CQBs starting to show up. And the M1A CQBs, this boomerang one with Big Mag is kind of up here. But yeah, as we see, all of the other ones, Optimist, Strained, even Flat Line is all the way, for instance, here. All of them are very low. This is the trap that the M1A CQB kind of presents. It is really good on burst. It is pretty bad on sustain. And that means that generally even 1 or 2 reloads in of this weapon, of the M1A CQBs, which is actually a pretty common occurrence with its 15 rounds, it will get caught up by other weapons. Especially as well, having a really long reload with a little smaller mag, it kind of, I can totally see it being used, and I often have used M1A CQBs. I wouldn't per se consider them that well anymore. I would rather have a Mark 17, which is going to consistently perform at a decent enough burst and a much better sustain. Still a decent pick though. It is definitely, if we're gonna basically go into what are the top weapons in this category, the M1A CQB to me, the ACR SS, the Mark 17, and still actually as well the M1A Classic, the classic M1A, but for other reasons. We'll get to it in a second as well. Here we have the Ravenous, a lot higher on its sustain than on its burst, just for its hits. But of course, this is not the full story of it. And yeah, it has a lot of other abilities that we're not considering here. It is just in here just to kind of see what its base damage outputs are. Then we have the Dr. Home. Dr. Home kind of, again, why I would actually, for instance, kind of, if you're going focus, I'd likely pick a high-end or a Vindicator over the Dr. Home, because the Dr. Home, while it is really good on its burst, as we saw earlier, it's kind of having that issue of the M1A CQB, where it is much lower on its sustain and much lower on its sustain. Its lower bounds in its sustain DPS being so much lower does hurt it quite a lot. And again, a decently long reload, although not as long as, for instance, with the M1A CQB, you quite often die in there. There's a reason I prefer fast hands, for instance, on a lot of weapons. This is one of those where, like, I wouldn't put fast hands on a M1A CQB, to be clear, but one of the reasons I like fast hands is that you cut down the moments that you're not shooting, because you don't have agency in those moments. This long reload gets me killed quite often. And yeah, of course, it is with a scope. So it is still very much usable, especially because its burst is so high. But yeah, be cognizant of how low its sustain is. Then we have the Inactive Vindicator, as we already kind of talked about it. We do have the UIC or the USC here as well, the 45. And this is kind of the reason why I picked the ACR SS over the USC. They both have to share the same RPM. The USC is also a lot more jumpy than it in use. I feel the stability, especially of the ACRSS, can be much better than the USC. And it being a 20-round mag that goes to 40 with the big mag instead of a 30-round mag on the ACRSS, I generally pick myself the ACRSS over this. Then we do have the classic M1A, and the classic M1A, even though it is pretty low on burst and sustain here, it of course has a really high alpha strike basically. There is value to that, and also you just have to click less. That will never change the perception in this category, where just clicking 3 times a second is achievable definitely by everyone, where 5, you still kind of, you have to kind of get into the rhythm of it. And yeah, the classic M1A, of course, did not get nerfed. There was no changes downward at all to anything. This is still doing what it was always doing, and still perfectly usable. Just because it is basically the comfort weapon in the rifles. There is no other weapon that is this slow firing, basically, that you can consistently use, because you do have, of course, the 1886s, but yeah, they're also kind of a different beast than this. And yeah, again, we see kind of the order of the talents as they were. Definitely always use the Big Mag, of course, and yeah, it is a decent enough pick. And we also kind of see that actually on sustain, just because it has such a low fire rate, is actually kind of intermingled with the M1A CQB. That's how low the M1A CQB sustain is. Then we have the Mercilesses and the Diamondbacks, of course, where this build wasn't made for it. They're landing up very low. Same for the 1886. They're not really there for the burst and the sustain. They don't sustain at all. Really, that reload is atrocious for the just 5 rounds that you have. It's here 7 with boomerang. But yeah, that is not the numbers that you want to see for sustain. But we use them for different purposes, basically. So yeah, we've kind of reached the end of this. Let's go actually, as I did with the ARs and SMGs and LMGs, let's go to a stash, and I'll go weapon by weapon, and we'll basically give our final thoughts on it. As the game logged out, of course, so that means that was like 15 minutes. Yeah, that's about right. That's a lot of talking. How long is this already? I feel this one is likely going to be the longest, just because the list is also just the longest.
Safe area detected.
It is already 56 minutes, another 10 minutes of conclusion, and then we're done. Actually, you know what? Let's go do the other one. Actually, no. I don't even care about you. I'm here for this. Is everything in here? I feel it is. Yep, everything's in here. Okay. Let me catch up as I see. Think Optimus with a larger mag would still do a larger damage per mag total than a smaller mag, right? Just over a longer period of time. The number stays the same, but just because it doesn't care about yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's basically just how often you're cycling, kind of the thing that they did. But actually, I would say it's better to cycle more often than less often. You'll get more consistency out of it. Kind of the same thing that they did with the God damn it. My brain is not. I have rifles in the bighorn. I have all these rifle names in my head. I feel kind of. What are SMGs? Wait, there is a submachine gun? Wait, what? Because it was out over the bigger increments over small houses. Yeah, but the thing is as well, the strained, like completely. Basically, I went Big Mag with strained, especially, and then like Nuts Big Mac with Optimus. Because I feel that's kind of the more interesting thing to look at, because the strain, of course, like strain beats it on both. But of course it's less consistent than it. And one of the conceits here, definitely on all of these, is I didn't want this list to be even longer. Like this is already like way too much to like. I feel this is already way too much. That's also, for instance, why like the LVOAC and such, and the lightweight M4s, I didn't give them all of the talents, just because I feel if the list is way too long, people look just at the top 4. Like this is still like lookable at it from like one person kind of like interested in it. Much more curated, let's say, basically, than just a humongous list. I feel those never work, really. Just people go like, this is too much. I'm not gonna. You can't make me. Yeah. So as I'm catching up on that conversation. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I didn't take it as that, Scooby. But yeah, just kind of explaining the thinking, kind of. 10 minutes and a delta. Okay, that's weird. Are others struggling with deltas? I wonder if there's maybe something, because I feel some people were bringing it up yesterday as well. I deltaed like twice yesterday, but mostly just like after I loaded it. Yeah, let's finish this off. I'm going over here. That's where I'm going. Yeah, let's just do the conclusion part. Yeah, let's just go. Yeah, as I hit the record and I had to cough there. Let's actually delete that one right away. Also, I did like do a weird burp. Yeah, let's go now. And as with the other in-depth look videos, we'll go one by one through the weapons, and I'll basically give my like final thoughts on it. The Diamondback, if you make a build for it, it can be very powerful, as several people have shown through the years with the shenanigans that you can do with it. Especially, for instance, with Negotiator, although most of them have been patched out, I feel, at this point. But yeah, it's very powerful if you do the right thing with it. Now having Detox as well has been a great improvement to it. Dr. Home can be actually a general use rifle. That scope is kind of annoying. It's working with focus, at least, going focus with it as well. Makes it one of the two big choices, or of the exotics for focus. I feel it is very powerful, and its talent is actually pretty powerful on itself as well. Especially if multiple people are running it, you can actually get a decent amount of heals out of this. Ruthless and Merciless, these two being the same exact weapon. Merciless issue isn't per se actually in its DPS or such, or in its talent. It is much more in its stability. It is a weapon that isn't generally usable just because it jumps around way too much. Getting used to it, this mechanic can also where the click in is a shot and the release of the click is the second shot. Takes a while to get used to, so you have that as well. All of these things kind of work against this weapon. I feel if they actually especially added in a little bit of weapon handling, for instance, or just pure stability, or just reworked it's how much it jumped as a mechanic, it could be decent, because this explosion isn't horrendous if you kind of generally think of it as maybe some enemies might be around, but also there's quite often times where singular enemies are just spread out, and yeah, it just doesn't add up well. The Ravenous, of course, is a really powerful weapon. It can do things that no other weapon can, especially regarding its talent, of course. This amplified damage to armor plates is core to a lot of ways of breaking the game. So it definitely has its spots. As a general use weapon, I definitely don't use it generally. There are much better picks to me, I feel. For specific moments, it's unbeatable. So it always will have its spot. The newest addition in the Vindicator, with its talent, it is a pretty decent weapon, actually. If you use it, you just need to kind of pair it together with a secondary that you can use as well. Especially pairing this with Focus, same for with Dr. Home, can be a pretty good deal, actually, because you're already, if you're going to use this weapon, you're already in the scope. You might as well have Focus alongside of it. This amp is pretty strong, and we'll put it pretty high on the burst and sustain tables. But it quite lacks a little bit of, well, it does have accuracy and stability mods. It doesn't have enough for it to compensate against some of the other choices we can make. Let's go to the high ends. We'll start off with the 1886s. The 1886s, as you see here as well as I have my two, they're determined weapons, basically. They don't exist for really anything of their burst and their sustain. They exist for this total damage, their base damage, basically. And they have the niche for themselves, basically, because there's no other weapon that has that high of a base damage. The ACRSSs is definitely what I would say are one of the S tiers in this category. I always liked the ACRSSs. Now with the buffs to them, they have really moved up together with all of the other weapons around them. To me, it is enough of an increase that it is worth going for the 7 clicks per second. That is the one thing that really hurts this. If you can get that down, or if you maybe do some macroing or such, this would be my top pick for the faster firing rifles. It being a 30 round mag, you can go with a stability mag into it, taking 3 crit chance mods on it. And it is usable enough that you can get away with it, basically. Then we have the Artist tool, and as we talked about it, and together with the SIGs, the Artist tool with that perfect talent, Rifleman is definitely a pick you can also have in here. I left it out because it is a stacking. This being 6 stacks, I would have to, have it multiple times in there. For instance, if we really wanted to discuss it in depth, I'll just say that Rifleman is a really good pick, and it's being perfect. Rifleman being on this weapon, it is a mid-tier weapon, but is elevated by its talent. If we then go to the SIGs, actually, just to discuss them right alongside of it, because of course the SIG, the CQB variant is what is the base weapon for the Artist tool. They aren't great. They are at best mid-tiers. They don't really have anything really going for them. Their RPM is a little bit lower than the ACRSS, but I feel in this category, if you're going for the 300 RPM, you can also go for the 400 RPM with a little bit more practice. Their damage just doesn't make up for it. If we then move on to the classic M1As, the classic M1As will always have a spot just because they are that slower firing weapon. Because of that, you can there's more than enough time to reacquire the target. You can basically leisurely do it, where, for instance, with the ACRSS, you kind of have to do it in between shots, recoil compensate 7 times a second as well. Doing that 3 times per second, as we all know, is so much more comfortable. I feel the classic M1As will always have a spot because of that, even though they are very low on their damage nowadays. And in comparison to other things, the opportunity cost to me, I would actually pick an upcoming one. But still definitely usable. They haven't been nerfed. They did what they always did, and they were always okay. Let's move on to the lightweight M4 and the LVOEC. I'll basically discuss them together. Their main difference is basically that the LVOEC has 20 RPM more with a little bit less damage, but both of them kind of feel the same. They're kind of a little bit jumpy, perfectly controllable in situations. But I feel if you're going already for this 360 or 380 RPM, going that one click more to that 420 with the ACRSS is basically within reach. And the ACRSS outdoes these considerably. Both of them are also the same 30 round mag, so you can go with the stability mod. They're perfectly usable, and maybe if for you feel that that one click per second does make a difference, using a light M4 isn't a bad choice. The M16 did get a pretty big buff, actually, one of the bigger ones, but it is still annoying to use. This one basically makes it 100 RPMs per second, so you don't actually have to click that often, because you're clicking once, you're firing 3 times, as it is a burst weapon. It only has 2 crit chance mod slots, of course. It can't go flatline as well, because it doesn't have actually an underbarrel. It is okay, but there's basically just better choices. And especially that the second and third shot aren't basically when you have clicked and aren't per se in your control, makes it actually a lot harder to recoil compensate for, and it does jump up quite a lot. It has pretty bad stability. Then we have the M1A CQB, and also we'll discuss together with it the SOCOM M1A. So both of these weapons should actually have the same stats. Before TU10, they did, on their base damage as well. As you can see, when I hover over the SOCOM M1A, the number basically goes down, even though they have the same mods and such. They never fixed that, and they still haven't fixed that. Meaning that the SOCOM M1A is definitely one not to pick. They are not significantly different. So if we look at it even from their bars, actually the M1A CQB has better stability, as the game shows there. And that does actually hold true as well when you test them. The M1A CQB actually feels better than this SOCOM M1A with no discernible gain for the SOCOM. It is one of the oddities, one of the remainders of an error from TU10, as we're at TU20. But yeah, the M1A CQB, to discuss that one then, it is a top burster. It always was in the category. It didn't get a buff. It still is the top burster. But it comes at a pretty big loss. It being 5 clicks a second is pretty decent. It being a 15-round mag isn't. You hit the reload a lot, much more so than other weapons, of course, and that costs it. That costs us a lot, especially on its sustain. It's lower bound in its sustain being so much lower than everything else around it. It is basically a highs and lows. You can definitely use it, especially if you just need a few shots out, and that there are situations where one mag is enough for a room, for instance, as well, with a well set up build. But yeah, if you're doing any general content where you're firing continuously, a lot of other weapons will overtake this. For me personally, the next contender is actually that weapon, and that's the military Mark 17 together with the police Mark 17, as I called it SOCOM actually earlier. But the police Mark 17 is actually the better variant as well. Just to have said that, the Mark 17, the military, is the lesser one, but both of them are not big differences. There is just a tiny amount of stability difference between the two. They also feel like that. The police actually pulls up less. But this is, to me, the standout winner of basically project results in the rifles. This being less than 5 clicks a second is manageable, especially out of a accuracy and stability standpoint. Getting it back onto target, 20 rounds is pretty good, and will let you do basically whatever you need. You can also take it to 40 rounds for if you're, for instance, going for with strain on it. These are, I would say, to me, the replacement for the classic M1A, but I'm not sure I can actually make anybody that actually, chooses to use the classic M1A to convert to these. We'll see. I would definitely do it, and I actually definitely am. I'm converting most of my classic M1As to that I was just using as secondaries on build to Mark 17s. The Resolute just doesn't have enough damage for it to be worth it. It is also a very unstable weapon. It just pulls up way too high. You need to, even though it is 300 RPM, it actually feels much more like a 450 RPM. It feels worse than the ACR-SS, basically, as a weapon. If you've ever used the Harmony, you will know kind of that feeling. That kind of kills it for me. It is a 30-round mag. You can go with a stability mag. You should. It kind of needs it. But at that point, it is still kind of worse of a shot than most of the other 30-round weapons. So I wouldn't pick this one. As we discussed already, the SOCOM Monet is basically never pick this one. It's not worth it. The UIC really needs a buff. It is surprisingly low. To me, it feels kind of like the Stoner in the LMG category. It does have pretty good accuracy and stability. If this was Division 1, where that was much more needed than in Division 2, I could see it. I can't see it in Division 2. I would basically take an ACR-SS with all accuracy and stability mods, basically nerfing its damage because of that, taking the crit chances on the build extra to pull that up, and it would still be ahead of this UIC with it like being all crit chance modded. And that is kind of, a little bit sad because it is a cool looking weapon. Then we have the MDR. The MDR is pretty decent. It is, again, one of those mid tiers. It is basically in between the SIGs and the Lightweight M4 and the LVOC. To me, the accuracy, especially of this, is less than those around it, and especially as well, its stability is about the same, but the accuracy especially is a little bit less, making it a little less consistent than the rest around it. So I would actually pick around it in those LVOC or the Lightweight M4, or especially the ACR-SS, because this 380 is already pretty high up there. Jumping from this to that 420 of the ACR-SS is not a big jump, I feel, and I feel that one outdoes this generally. Then we have the other high contender, which is actually the USC, the .45. It is a really decent weapon on its stats for burst and sustain, but it is a lot more jumpy than the ACR-SS. And this being the same RPM, then it makes basically the ACR-SS my pick. It isn't a bad choice especially if you can get used to it, but overall I would pick the ACR-SS over this. So I would definitely say that the general S tier of this category, especially on the high ends, goes to the ACR-SS, the Mark 17, together with the M1A CQB. It definitely belongs in there just because of how much more burst that it has. Other contenders in here are definitely the classic M1A as well still. And of course the 1886 as just a general use. So we have reached the end of this very long video. As rifles, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of permutations to them. And especially, of course, with some of the exotics, even we aren't really looking that in depth to them. But hopefully, you did find this interesting, even though it was this long. For my next video, we're actually going to likely go into a few more shorter videos, as I'm going to bring back a few build overviews. And we'll likely towards the end of this week, go into a build showcase, and that will likely be on the Foam Eclipse. So I hope you enjoyed this, and if you did and are willing to help out, feel free to do all of the algorithm stuffs down there. Just press all the buttons, all the things till everything breaks. And as always, have a good night. There we go. It never feels good to start a video, it always feels good to end one. That is the wisdom of the day. How long was that? I feel that was pretty long. It was 16 minutes. The entire thing is 1 hour, 12 minutes. Way longer than I wanted, but also I feel like there was just... There's a lot of rifles, guys. Did you guys know there were this many rifles in the game? Who put this many rifles in the game? Yeah, let me remove... no, I just want to unpin it. What? Why do I have the option to hide from my... Oh, I can just hide it for myself. Unpin message. There we go. Let me catch up here, and we'll then go and do some stuff and things and stuff. Group deltas. Yeah, I feel we ran into some of those where, like, when I delta, it's basically a bunch of people were also like, hey, I delta too. 500 repel caches, okay. That's how we should kind of count out the. This video is this many apparel caches long. I missed second to build up stack on it after that, but yeah. Cherish used it more, but I think, yeah. And well, there was a time that the Merciless was part of the meta, one of the metas. It wasn't part of the, because even though everybody remembers I feel the Clutch Berserk meta, there was also the Wicked plus Merciless meta, where you used its holster talent, basically. But yeah, it was just on your back, basically. But yeah, your main weapon could then like do bleed every like this many shots, and that would trigger Wicked, which was a decent enough talent back then. Was it Wicked? I mean, it was what Wicked was, or what Wicked is now. It was, you know, damage on thing, but yeah. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good one. The Bestie and True Patriots triggering the heals and stuff. And Hater Dean. These negotiate in a year. Well, I mean, it's well worth trying out. I do. Your inventory research bug platform. Do you have what? If you mean the like weapon talents issues, basically everybody has them. I have it as well on some weapons. Not how good that was with Berserk English. I really want to see that play. I mean, it was basically a lot of self-healing, like excessive self-healing. It was a really good like build, but also, yeah, it was definitely going to get nerfed at some point. It was just too strong. It was a lot of damage with a lot of self-heal. Basically, imagine a regen build that was like regenning like 300k a second, basically. This video should be classified as a rifle. That's best. I should report to Missy's class C. You know, with handling. Yeah, well, the thing is, in Division, like some of the MMRs, you know, basically all of the rifles and such, like there's so much overlap between, you know, what you would call assault rifles or barrel rifles and stuff, and then MMRs or designated marksman rifles and snipers and stuff like that. Like they just you know, pick them more out of a balance reason kind of things. With two browsers and you don't want to increase your max size with gear. Gear is way too valuable to you. Brand bonuses are some of the strongest things in the game. I'd rather like not have I'd rather just like have the worst weapon with more crit chance, with more crit damage, or other things. Because I've seen a bunch of builds with that. I don't think any of them end really well. I definitely want to make one of them just to see how much of a loss it is, like just so we can quantify that. Wait, what is PCCs? I'm trying to. That one is driving me crazy with night on recording. I'm gonna ask your opinion about one-shot snipers. I've checked your vid about MMR school vid, by the way. Anyways, the question is follows. What would you suggest to run? I like the TAC 308 and SR1 covert. Oh, covert. Oh, SR1 covert SRS. I don't know what I want to run. Bloodsucker, Backpack, or Vigilance, because that choice kind of together with what my pick would. My general pick is the SR1. So because you put the SR1 is kind of the hardest hitting out of that bunch without much of a loss versus the covert or well, the tactical 308 is like really low on its damage. It's its downside. Or that's sniper rifles. But yeah, the SR1s are really like my go-to. They basically have all of the, because the covert is actually a lot lower than it. Without much of a gain, you gain 2 rounds, but yeah, it's not enough per se. And the backpack talent is kind of depends on your playstyle. I personally pick Vigilance. I really want that first shot to be as powerful as I can make it, just so it definitely kills. And Vigilance does that. Bloodsucker, you can have it, especially because if you're running Determined as well, or if you're good with headshots and actually getting it done, you can definitely get a lot of return out of that. But also, I feel usually the things I get hit by, as if I'm running, control points and stuff, are usually the harder hitting things, because it's not the things, the ARs or something that are. It's usually a sniper in the back that I don't see, and to that, Bloodsucker to me doesn't do that much. Like it'll still eat through it, and just go to your health gate. But I can definitely see it more, for instance, for if you're also doing activities with it. But yeah, both of those are really good picks. Both Bloodsucker and Vigilance are really good picks. But then yeah, weapon-wise, I personally go with Model 700s if I need the damage. Because basically, yeah, that's why I have these two. A Model 700 if I need the damage, or SR1 if I just want comfort. The SR1 has still really high damage, not as high as the Model 700, and then it is much more comfortable to use because you can actually hit the reload button and not sit there for an hour. Wait, what am I? No. But in general, I pick Vigilance because I get more than enough use out of it, basically. It is up more than not, I feel. Especially when sniping. And also, I should say, I mostly do control points. That helps a little bit. And then I usually use more like Regulus builds for activities and such. So basically... Oh, pistol caliber carbine. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Indeed. Although, well, actually, sorry, I'm gonna guess that. Yeah, kind of like the USC, basically, right? From that zero one, I should have made that detonated instantly on the enemy that broke your armor. Oh yeah, no. Well, so it would fire. If you, whenever your armor broke, it would fire an like one of these grenades. It wasn't like a toss grenade. It was like a 40 mil. going to enemy. But yeah, that is what it used to do. And there were ways of cheesing that even, because there were things that would fire at you and you could trigger it with clutch and having just a minor amount of healing that you would just like, because I think at the start it didn't have a cooldown. I definitely remember there being at some points people doing that, like where or it had like a 1 second cooldown or something. But yeah, every 1 second a grenade coming out of a 40 mil coming out of someone. Yeah, there was a lot of crazy stuff back then. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff right now as well. The M7 Tactical is very viable as well as to reload the more ammo. Oh, the I wouldn't recommend the Tactical, mostly because of its side slot. You can't have, because you have crit chance there. That is completely useless for, because if you mean this one isn't that great. And mostly because of that side slot. Because with the other ones, you can have a stability mod here, a stability mod here. Here you can only have crit chance with this one. That kind of kills it to me. And the SR1 has the same, has much more damage than these. Like both of the M700, so not the model 700, the big one, but the M700 carbon and the M700 carbon. You know, the element, because this one and then the tactical, like the SR1 to me basically to me there's no reason to pick these. The 2 rounds extra doesn't really make a difference against the SR1. Cooldown was like 3 seconds. Oh, okay. I remember. I think they added a cooldown. I feel there's or maybe there was a glitch with it or something. And I distinctly remember there was like a video of just spam fire grenades coming out of someone. But that might have, there's same like with a lot of things, just might have been pre-nerf or something. I use it hit for 27 million control points is great. I mean, yes, but an SR1 hits for much more. That's the thing. It's the opportunity cost of the thing. You get to have one weapon in your hands. To me, you might as well make it the best one. So it ends up that usually the SR-1 just, yeah, I usually pick that because you can have the 10% stability mod under barrel as well, and then on hotshot you basically have no sway at all. Also, yeah, let's actually get into some doing because I'm just standing here. You know what? I'll likely go do a summit, but let's first go do this. Put this guy back in his over here-ish. Because it ends up basically, it's not a bad pick, but there are better picks. I feel.
Entering safe area.
Looking for something?
Mostly as well, the Habsburg getting into the range of one-shotting elites if you have hotshot up. Yeah, you know what, let's put this apparel back to this because don't want to have 4 Kajikas in my loading screen. I'll just leave this guy for now. Did I have any weapons on him? No, I did it all in the stash, right? Yeah, let's...
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Well, I have one answer to that invite to another agent's group. I'll just slap it. It was broken and they tried to nerf it. Yeah, I might have not had a cooldown or anything. Like that wouldn't surprise me. Starting out and then likely they found that was not a bad. It was a bad idea. Yeah, definitely. I know the model 700 as well, like the base one, the big one, like that one for the one hit damages, like it can be kind of nice. But yeah, it's just I find the SR1 as well just as a comfort weapon decently good. this gal hasn't done the summit yet, right? Now, let's go do a summit. Let's start there. I'll likely go do a weekly afterwards, maybe. I don't know if anybody's interested in a summit project. Get that done. If you want to join me, let me know. As slightly won't even run that many directives. I think I had 5 directives
We need
on,
to
right?
secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Let's take this to a little bit lower. Just so people can run what they want.
Another agent has joined your group.
Let's turn off fragile because it just breaks off. And we'll have hard to earn up only. That's we have Omni. Okay, yeah, whenever you're ready. Oh, still set to normal. I wish, I don't know what they broke about this. I mean, it's just a minor annoyance. Keep forgetting to set it up there. We'll wait for, Public to load up as well before we'll do 1 room and then we'll wait. Just because sometimes it's usually 2 rooms for completion of a floor. And then as long as he loads in before it, he should be fine. But now, if anybody else wants to join us for it as well, let me know. Would you put on SR1? So I run it with 2 stability mods, and there's a specific reason for that, especially if you have the 4-piece hotshot plus, it doesn't matter if it's RLD plus chain killer or house burst, but if you have the 2 weapon handlings there as well, if you take the stability muzzle. Wait, why are these crit chance? What? But if you take the stability muzzle here and the stability underbarrel, it is a little bit overkill. You don't per se need the underbarrel, but if you do both, you have no sway at all, which is kind of nice. Like just the pointer stays. If you do it without this, because you can set this to accuracy, it sways just a tiny amount. Like it's perfectly acceptable. But I like the literal no sway at all. It's kind of nice like that. Just stays on the target. And yeah, stability especially helps with the sway. I've been told. The thing is, I'm not that certain of it. But generally, people say that the accuracy helps especially when you're like how fast, both stability and accuracy help how fast you kind of get, if you're moving, when you stop, how fast it kind of reacquires the target. And that accuracy helps when you're getting shot at, how much of a difference it makes. Like the accuracy. Oh, actually, yeah, let's do this room. There'll likely be 2 rooms, so we can clear 1 already.
Multiple hostiles.
Especially if it's an ambush.
Get that fucker.
You see that? They're using the I'm blocked in.
Might as well all be on the same. So yeah, let me actually swap this to be not a chest eclipse, chest striker. Because I'm running the striker tech tank, but yeah, I'm gonna alter it to be with obliterate chest instead. Just we can kill this guy. But yeah, let's wait at the next door for Palming to load in. Shooting Barrel, Universe on PS5, yeah. Actually, I think I saw your request there, Ojo. And yeah, if you want to join, indeed, we have we're saving one spot, but yeah, if you want the other one, I'll accept that there. Oh, no. I'll invite you as well. Just sometimes you don't see the person, like when people add each other, you sometimes don't see it.
Is now in your group.
But yeah, let's give Pomic a second to load in and run through here. Mag and scope. So with the SR1, the plus damage or the plus rounds mag, because yeah, you do want it to be 10 rounds. With if you're going actually with, I don't have a model 700 on this character, but on that one there is a plus 5 weapon damage mag. So if you're using the model 700, you can use that one. But yeah, for the SR1, just and the scope kind of depends. Preferably, I usually, well, you can go without scope, especially with determined. Keep that in mind. If I have sharpshooter, I'll go with the specialization scope, and if I don't, I'll go with just the 12 times scope, basically, just the big scope. But I like actually using the scope. That's usually the thing. Right? Yeah, let's get going, as we're already in combat, actually. I know, we'll do 15 floors here. Getting a project out of the way. Fully stacked. Over to Oreo. Actually, what is my target it's set to? It is set to Grupo, which makes sense. Doing a key check.
Rogue striker drone detected.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hostile striker
Yeah.
drone detected.
No, I still haven't fixed this door. There's no loot inside of it, but it is obviously like a door that should be interactable. But
Assault drones detected.
yeah, the assault drone stingy. I'll take the forward one. Oh, I should place a comic going for it. I'll leave that one to him then.
Terminal accessed.
So we get them all. It'll deconstruct. Let's track these on screen. We have the key already, so we don't have to check all the corners. Even though I was still about to almost. Oh, this is likely a faction fight, seeing as they're in combat. Yeah. Oh, well, archetype fight, actually. Technically is. On we go. Oh. Door there. Oh, hold on. Tingnan niyan na. Oh, I missed that one. I'm still looking in all the corners for the key, which we already have, as I established like 20 seconds ago. We're down to some mess. Oh, on the backside. A level 25 and 100 sphere build is insane. Well, I mean, even without that, it's Oreo just by itself is quite insane. Because in this case, it's not even a grade 25 one. I could totally grab that actually out the next boss room. And we have a stash. But it's a grade 0 on a striker tech tank. But yeah, Oreo numbers are pretty high up there. It's well worth getting one of them, at the very least. Because for me, basically, it reinvigorated this build. Very much so, even. Because I used to run it with Elmo. I was never bad, but it was just, you know. Like, I like the Heartbreaker much better.
High-risk target approaching.
Okay, I'm fine with it. I like that. Fine. You know?
Serious trauma detected.
Because yeah, nothing really competes against that. A lot of waves. God damn it. Headshot explosive. I need crit damage hazard protection. Well, I want. And yeah, this one's a crate on the left as well. Let's go get that one. Oh, you're set to it as well. A little later today, I wouldn't be against trying out that build in some countdowns. Likely towards the end. Might actually grab status effect on it for a little bit. Don't have high hopes for it though. Getting all the permutations. Let's go to that exhibit again. Feel the. Oh, yeah. I mean, especially now, expertise being 25, Like it's very like if you're taking in 225, because even like even on a 140 build, how much is that? Which this even isn't. Let's take let's take 255 divided by 230. That is an 11% increase. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, it's a 10.8% increase. At 1.5 too many. But yeah, a 10% increase, like just by investing into it. Yeah, yeah, that is a lot. Really? I didn't know.
An agent needs assistance.
Trying to get a few grenade kills in. Because oddly, in the summit, the grenade launcher and the multi-missile launcher do count actually for grenades. Which is an oddity. Stack up and run in.
Show 'em who we are. Just for me.
Went there to 17. And I'm just gonna stack up on this guy.
Run now.
Agent down.
That works. Because I'm on 18 already, so 2 more. Oh yeah, we'll sneak those in here and there. Yeah, definitely. After the boss room, I'm actually gonna grab the grade 25 Oreo from my stash. And then tomorrow as well, I'm gonna stitch together that, or likely actually even after the stream, I'll likely stitch together the rifle video. Make a thumbnail for it, make a description for it.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Get it ready for tomorrow afternoon. Because in this week, I do wanna... they fixed the capacitor. We can now get our DTAs on it. Oh, I was
EMP jammer destroyed.
poking out enough apparently. Just gonna kill that for the memento.
System reactivated.
That door open and just... Meaning we have to update a bunch of, well, I have to update a bunch of builds on the build collection with new damage stats especially, and just, just put a detox marker underneath the capacitor and then do new damage numbers with the capacitor.
Put your face.
And yeah, there's a few more builds that I kind of want to... There's definitely one build that is already kind of changed, which is the Ridgeway PFE. And... kind of want to add a DZ build to character 4. I have all the parts for it already. I just need to do it, basically. Which will likely come at the cost of the red EP. Although we should have a look at that character. And so I'd also be okay with giving up the striker on her, maybe, instead. Well, we would have to see. And then yeah, on character 3, I'm thinking of getting rid of that hazard protected PFE. And in its place, getting back a pistol tech tank. Because I used to actually really like that for like 8 Directive Summit. Loot all the way back there. What are you using in DZ? So both of them are. So I have one already on the collection, which is just the cookie cutter, like Ouroboros version of a DZ build, which is just Picaros, Contractors, Fox's Prayer. It's going to become 2-piece Sokolov, but it's currently like 1-piece Sokolov, 1-piece Grupo. Same stats, it doesn't matter. With Unbreakable and Adrenaline Rush, and then Coyote or Catharsis as needed. And that's the standard cookie, all blue core. The standard cookie cutter, like, trading builds. And I kind of want to make a Elmo variant as well of it. Which is, because I have the Grupo backpack and the Cheska chest of it as well. To make a 6, or well, with Catharsis 6 blue, with Coyote 5 blue variant.
An agent needs assistance.
Like hiding behind the little wall. Because I was also thinking of maybe giving character 3 instead of that bulwark build a striker, just like the what people are doing with the striker in for DZ and PvP, which is also not horrendous, I feel. And I'll leave the crate for somebody else. I always thought there was something on this end. It's on a bad G36. Yeah, I'm good on F2000s, I feel. If somebody else wants one, feel free to yoink him. Yeah, no takers. Alright. This out of 2000 definitely isn't bad. But yeah, I've already way too many of them. Yeah, floor 40. Do I have any boss room challenges left? No, I only have sidearm specialists left anyway. I still need to do status strife and stuff, actually. Spammy says that he started to look for a key on the boss floor. Well, yeah. The key to the boss floor is not dying. That is the key. Oh, you know what? Actually, if you guys are okay, I'm gonna go Eclipse. We're not that. Don't need me tanking. And especially for this room, that'll work out perfectly fine. Because this one is a good one for that. Let's head on in. Instantly triggered. Oh. Okay. And I'm looking to do this.
High risk target detected.
And the explosion of the fire grenade, even though they can't be set on fire, it exploding does actually do. Is that guy called Stanky? I thought that guy was called Stanky. It's quite the name. Well, I made that loot inaccessible to myself for the next 10 seconds. Luckily, there's some loot over here for me to spend some time. On we go. So what random items I got. Okay. Nothing to keep. Let's actually add in fragile armor to this. We can take that, right? Yeah, let's just take that. At least we have 4. Because with the fire, should be enough hard to earns happening. many do we need? We need a further 8. Likely we'll go to like 39.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Killer jammer.
Find me dead of boredom.
These things work on line of sight, so
EMP jammer destroyed. Vital signs critical.
leave my hive here. I was gonna say just in case, but there is the case. So let's go with status drive. On we go. Ambush. Ambush this.
Incoming.
Oh, nothing spawned there. And he checks. We feel this Kajika thing is nice and bulky. Yeah, I feel it is. So I wonder. So what does Parnell even wear? It's just barely like just a jacket, right? Just a black jacket and some jeans, and like black jeans. Yeah. Let's take this back to State of Strife. These are cleaners. Whenever they burn, they count towards State of Strife.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Now I'm gonna basically one armor break a room and then one med pack a room. That works out. Oh, ambush.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
It's bad that it is an ambush, but I gotta finish Status Strife. Not if it's not the right faction. No, it would be funny if they did the incursion and then they just did like the underground or like the ambushers as the faction. Screw like giving the hyenas or like Rikers or something or the outcast an incursion or raid. Just ambushers. Yeah, this one usually triggers in combat, which is odd. That's some outcasts, so might as well go back to this again. Just chipping away at that challenge. Usually 2 rooms in a row, I can make it happen. And,
Rogue striker drone detected.
if we get two rooms in a row of outcasts, then I can do it. That would be too easy, of course. Actually, Hojo, if you can jam repulse first, I'll do it second.
Hostile drone detected. Serious trauma detected.
You can catch them in the doors. It basically ends all of this. Because as they spawn in, the last wave. Gets the next wave, and then yeah, I'm charged up again. Because I don't have the cooldown to
Terminal infiltrated.
do it anyways. And that counted as enemies disrupted. Tactics. Tactics and strategies and stuff. We've done 10 so far. How's our holster? Yeah. I'll leave that for somebody going for a 3-2-1 build. But yeah. The bells. The bells hells. Some message stating do not touch your affected weapons. Oh, yeah. Where did you see this message? Just somebody like scribbled it on a note and threw it through your window. Come out with your affected weapons up. Why is it all my jammer pulse? Might as well use it then. Anyway. Cleaners versus what? What are those even? What? I guess. Oh no. Oh, Jesus. They were so in the dark for me there. But yeah, that's some hyenas. They just weren't firing, which I was like, which faction doesn't fire? Outcast. Okay. Yeah, I would be happy to see, like, I'm not holding out per se hope that they will have a good fix, but also I'm not gonna completely be deriding them until they actually say so. Because the thing is with it, for me personally, I'm Like, I'm not affected as much, but that's mostly more because of how how my weapons are set up, where I go out of my way to have free talented weapons, but that's of course not the case for everyone. Like, mostly more like just very veteran players like are set up that way, especially like people that have watch alts as well. You just optimize free talentable weapons, but that's of course not everyone. I mean, oh, we'll see if there's a amicable resolution. Well, I haven't looked at all at third account, but also I don't care as much. Especially second account is basically just I'm down 1 RPK, but there's literally 1 RPK on the store this week that can replace it. I got that challenge actually. Let's get some skill kills in. Actually, let's do this one actually. Disorient's done on it, and the disrupts. Let's get the blind in there. And I feel actually I'm gonna not do a bunch of weapons. I'm gonna actually take a few skills and stuff to 25. Because I'm reaching the point again where I can take some stuff to 25. Although actually the bottleneck for me actually ends up being like field recon quite often and SHD recalibrations. Although I'm recalibrating and optimizing a lot at the current time. What are the difference between custom, military, and express MSFD? Not much. The custom has the slightest spread, so or like a little bit less of a spread, just because it has a little bit more accuracy. And one of the change between them as well is that the military M870
Multiple hostiles inbound.
actually has a short scope or a short rail optic, which ends up actually as a benefit because on the short rail optic you can actually put the +5 headshot, which can make a difference in one very specific layout, which is if you go with Memento, where you can still have the +20 reload on the magazine tube. And then the 5 headshot scope, which only the military M870 can take. And then have it land on exactly 150 with Hunter's Fury Headhunter, with Chain Killer and Memento. Like, there's like that one situation where it matters. But for the rest of it, they're effectively the same, but that's the reason you see that many M870s. Like, just because of that, the M870 is technically, or the military M870 is technically the pick. So that's why you see it like on the Headhunter's Fury that I have on my build collection. So as well.
Heading in.
He did not like it that I shot it.
An agent needs assistance.
This room had a lot of warhounds. No, it's just the in the middle one. It's the same with a lot of weapons. There is technically, like for instance, with the AKs as well. The black market AK, I would say in all forms is better than the military AKM. Same, for instance, with the P416. The military P416, I would say, is worse than the custom P416. Like the custom P416 is just better in every way. Same for the ACR-E over the ACR. Like they're in a lot of weapon styles. But again, as well, if you have one good, like if you have the good express, and you don't have a good, other ones, yeah, just use the express.
Incoming.
Because it's also about like having the thing, of course. Like just because, it's kind of like with Oreo. Oreo is better than most weapons in most cases, but you don't get it for free, just for looking, just for showing up. Wait, did the boss have a BP? That's odd. No. And I need a stinger hive. How many challenges have I done now? So 12 here, 5 here. The falls. Not bad ones. I never use Hunter's Fury. Well, you know what? Just for you. I was actually thinking about it earlier, going Hunter's Fury. Let's go Hunter's Fury. Gonna go the... Actually, stay. Let's say this one. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to the Ridgeway one for a second, just to bleed 3 hostiles. But actually, I do use Hunter's Fury here and there. The thing is that most of the things I generally would use Hunter's Fury for, I also just use tech tanks for. Because it is like just a general setup for it here. Okay, I wouldn't recommend the Ridgeway variant. It's not. I like Obliterate fine enough. Let's get those bleeds in with this. The Hunter's Fury is really good as well, especially for instance for in here. If nothing else, for the mark, like just knowing where enemies are once you get close to them. It's just because you also just see where stuff, like sometimes of course when stuff spawns, they don't come out of the door anyway, like instantly. But with Hunter's Fury, you know they're in there. So I actually do like it a lot for Summit, but also in the Summit I just end up grabbing tech tanks. Just out of laziness.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
So I would say Hunter's Fury is like really one of the good bits. I saved you for. I
Incapacitated.
was hoping to. I left him. Oh, I left him like on a sliver. I was like, if I get the kill in, he'll disorient the rest. But he didn't, of course. He didn't die. Yeah, I feel I've been on this piece as well for a while, even though Pomic has also been helping out most of the time. On this crit damage, hazard protection, Grupo mask.
Rogue hive detected.
Should have waited a second there, but
Active terminal detected.
delete 3 of these. Let's challenge them.
Serious trauma detected.
Get overextended a little bit. I was more interested in getting the challenge done there.
God damn it!
Terminal infiltrated.
Now let's get back to our regularly scheduled murdering.
You're going down!
Off with this chest. It's normally here at Grupo. Yep. 'Cause I kind of like it with vigilance obliterate. But the memento is pretty good in that slot as well, in the back slot. But usually what I do is either take memento and then like everything else is red, or I take 2 blues here and then with vigilance.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Mostly I like having basically 2 field tiers. That's really the thing that I'm after basically.
A little busted.
Waiting for that.
Spiking him up! Hey, watch yourself!
Ouch.
Signs critical. Agent out of action.
As long as I'm alive in this thing, it will still count. Right, I think? No, actually it doesn't.
Agent killed.
But yeah, especially try to get the jammer if you can.
Agent down.
Make sure you kill him.
EMP jammer destroyed.
They're back! See? This is why I like bombs!
Actually, yeah, that's the case with these, right? If you go down, it doesn't actually. Oh, we got our caches there. Let's take it definitely to 49 at the very least. Because yeah, there's one more floor for 3-floor section done. I'm looking what else I have remaining challenge-wise. I have 2 more rooms. Indeed, I would consider, yeah. I'm sure, definitely. Especially for solo, like just that disorient is really good. The healing is really good. The upfront damage as well, where
Trauma detected.
with, for instance, Striker having to stack up like that, can actually be harder, especially solo, depending on the content you're doing. Just because, you know, scaling is much lower, so stuff doesn't stay alive for as long.
I'm gonna get these guys.
I want to go for that support station, but stuff keeps spawning.
Stay still so I can kill you.
Although the Force also has this downside where you have to kind of close the range and stuff. You know, that's what all builds. Striker needs to stack. It's its major disadvantage, but it can do that pretty easily and kind of outcompete everything else. But yeah, the 3 top gear sets, I would definitely put like basically, or well, red-based gear sets. Because, you know, I would put Eclipse on top of everything. But yeah, Strikers, Negotiators, and Hunter's Fury, all 3 like, really compete. Yeah, and the Intimidate variants as well. Although I like the Intimidate variants better for shotguns. For SMGs, like Obliterate with whatever is my go-to. Because yeah, Obliterate Vigilance, you can keep Vigilance up pretty well, even solo. I'm gonna say Intimidate. It's kind of why I like the 2 skill tiers as well. Mostly because with SMGs, I end up just not at that, always at that 10 meter range. We're kind of like this quite often, which is like at 12. For instance, the outline of the shield there is the 10. So here that guy was in 10. I guess Gal is in 10, but I'm gonna go kill here, and this is more like 12.
Agent down.
Especially now that Obliterate stays for 10 seconds, like Vigilance plus Obliterate end up pretty high. But yeah, especially for shotguns, yeah, I'm really happy that, well, at least I mostly use Adrenaline Rush Intimidate for shotguns, just so you have the damage up front, but yeah. Intimidate being very strong again is pretty good. What's a good talent on the military AKM? For any ARs, the selection, there's a bunch of good ones. It kind of depends on the build as well. If you are full red, strained especially. Oh, did I open that one? Talking and not paying attention, just autopiloting. Okay, let's take it back to DC once everybody's looted. Although as well, I have this ACR if somebody wants it, because I'm not going to keep an ACR. I have ACREs already. But yeah, Strained is really good for it. Fast Hands is really good for it because it is actually a slow reloader. I'm gonna start this timer. And we'll go back to DC. Let's power caches. Let's get cleaned up. What time is it? It's not that late. I don't know if you guys are up for maybe a weekly afterwards. I would need to swap characters for that though, but yeah. Because it's basically an invasion and a bunch of bounties, which is not that hard. But yeah, even on, if you have a few blue cores, although actually no, likely Strained will actually still, like, on that, still
Nice.
beat Optimus still. You're like almost all blue.
Thanks for your business.
But yeah, fast downs as well, as it does have a long reload. Same for as well. Actually, just going preservation is always okay pick. If you don't know anything else you want, more healing is never a bad choice. Same for Future Perfect, can be useful if you're using your skills in smart ways.
Good to be
Even with a shield, Future Perfect can be okay. But yeah, Strained especially. Head-ons under Fury with the D50 them is how I rip through the time trials. Yeah. Although for the time trials, like, it's also a little bit, well, yeah, you can pretty fast. Huh? But yeah, on this Fury as well. Yeah, when I'm soloing the thing, but I usually use Lady Death. Just, or well, I use basically just Banshee and then Lady Death, and then usually try to get like the last skill with the Banshee. Or with the Lady Death. Basically killing with the Banshee mostly, and then swapping over to the Lady Death for the last skill, just so I can run around like a crazy person to the next one. Let's see. So I'm keeping one. One of these is just one optimization less. Oh yeah, actually, what did I even get? I was like, that's how much attention I paid there. I got a catharsis. Actually, yeah. Wait, do you already have a catharsis? Or anybody else? I mean, I'm gonna guess Omnian probably had it from the season. That was it. Because especially, yeah, catharsis is one that if you don't have it, it can be very handy to be shared to you. Just so you have the blueprint. But also this one you can keep if you need one.
And I thought desk work at the NSA was boring. Man.
Hey, agent.
Okay.
Over here.
Then I'll send it to the. Actually, I need one catharsis more, right? Or do I have two in here? No, I don't. You know what? I myself. Actually, I'm gonna keep that. Turns out I need it myself. Well, I don't need it myself. I'll add that to that DZ build. Because I'll definitely would want a catharsis for it and a coyote. Yeah, you guys interested in the weekly? Otherwise we can do the daily, but that one's actually a pretty long one. Okay. Yeah, let me swap characters because I've done it on this one. Because we'll just do the 3 invaded missions and Roosevelt and then go do some bounties. I already see this gal wearing some purple. He still has the purple build on.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, very superior.
Hey, agent.
And actually, you know what? I'll join back up on them. If I see them over here.
You have joined a group. Another agent is now group leader. You have been promoted to group leader.
I saw that one coming from a mile away. Actually, yeah, I'm considering running, because yeah, normally I run Eclipse. I'm considering actually not running Eclipse just for variety's sake. And I might actually run Combat Medic. We'll do it in the old school way. Yeah, let's do that. If you guys are up for it. Although, yeah, if somebody wants to run Eclipse, feel free to. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's take ownership here then. Because yeah, that's still faster than leaving and rejoining up. Let's just do it here. Am I still full group? Yeah, we already have four peoples. Everything requires your hardware build is cool in tier, but I've had a hard time using it. It's not well. Kind of depends what you're using it for. In missions and stuff, it works out pretty well. It needs to be in a group though. Usually, like it is a support build basically. It is a second line fighter. Well, it's not a support in like in that sense, but it's more of like a second line fighter. Anyway, we'll go from west to or east to west. Let's start with Deshede. DCD. No, let's take scavenge skill. I'll be fine with that. I'm gonna guess my allies as well. Let's take special ammo as well. We only live once anyway. Should have gone and grabbed my grade 25 thingy, but we'll live or we'll die. Either way. Yeah, you guys ready? So take 4 directives. We should be fine with that.
We think Black Tusk may be after the DCD's databases as a means to exploit the broad spectrum.
Because yeah, if you haven't seen parts of it, or haven't seen that yet, there's a build showcase for it. Kind of goes into showing how to play it, but mostly as well in missions. Like I generally either matchmake with it or just run it in groups. Anyway, let's go upstairs and get the key chest. But that one is very much about rotation. Not the sent one, but like in MMOs and stuff, if you've ever played WoW or you know, any like one of those kind of games where stuff is on cooldown, so you kind of like do this, then do this, then do this, then do this, and then you do this, and then this comes back out of cooldown, and then you did this, and then this, yeah, stuff like that. It's very much about, yeah, getting a seeker out, then getting your hive out, then getting a second seeker out, then deconstructing your hive, supercharging, getting a third seeker out. At that time, the hardwired is worn off, so you can get your fourth hive out or your third hive out and your fourth seeker. It's very much about that. You have to kind of get into a rhythm of it. But once you do,
About damn time.
it can be very effective. But yeah, it's basically a second line fighter. You have to have people in front of you that kind of take the brunt of the things. And then you kind of have to as well know that, yeah, you can't, for instance, hit enemies while they're inside of doors. So you kind of need to time your seekers to when they land or like are just outside of the door and stuff like that. It is one of those builds that playing it, you can learn a lot just how to become better at that one. Which is the kind of build that I kind of like. That's why it's also was one of the early build showcases. But I don't have it on this character, and I'm running this character now. So, because yeah, if I had it, I would actually run. But that one has done these missions already. So. Instead, we're going with a combat medic. A healer that is combat first, medic second. What even is a Hippocratic oath? I never took one. What do you mean, thou shalt not harm? What else am I going to do with this weapon in my hands? We're just euthanizing these people. Oh, actually, yeah, I should have ran forward. So I've kind of forgotten Faraday and stuff. Because the thing I could have done there is actually, instead of running away from the shock, I could have run towards my hive. That would have saved me from the shock anyway. So. Oh, yeah, this thing doesn't do that much damage. The striker variant does a decent amount of damage. This isn't that. This is the high-end version. It does heal a decent amount though, this thing. Like one chem will actually do a decent amount of healing. Oh yeah, actually for this fight, I'm gonna supercharge in here. Which will, two of my allies, that's an invincible shield, and the other one an supercharged foam, which can be useful here. Gonna be on this side so nothing escapes this side. And ARB. Did you have they removed the resource? UIs minus one character is blank. Oh yeah, that's for everybody like that. They haven't removed it, it's just a bug, it's a visual bug. You can still see all of your resources through various means. One is the watch, can show you the the main resources and just simple stuff. If you go into expertise in the through your menu, through your through your inventory, and then expertise or the tinkering, that's the word. There is actually a button on the bottom that says show resources. That will show you basically all the resources. The only resources you can't really easily get to is like food, water, and that one, like the food, water components one. There's one crate back here, so let's go get that. Well, actually, somebody went already. Oh, and yeah, for this fight, let's not kill the choppers, or let's not kill the chopper. We can move up. We can kill the two snipers that are with it. And then let's move up to where the boss is, and then we'll hold there. Once everybody's up there, then we'll kill the chopper. If we can. So let's kill the 2 snipers.
Spotted him. Here.
Yeah, let's show this one's on stream. Because yeah, we're gonna go set up there. And once we're all up here, I'm actually gonna already do that end. Yeah, let's finish it off indeed. Because yeah, we can just be up here. Hello, boss. Goodbye, boss. Instead of usually this first wave kind of spreads out and you kind of have to go chase them and stuff. What about if we don't let them do that? Oh, we just need the thing.
It's another black eye for Black Tusk. It's a good thing they're cleared out of that compound.
And that one's definitely going into the next things and stuff. I might actually just record the segment by itself, just so we have it already. Because that's a handy trick to know. But yeah, for those others, yeah, see, Herbie got the thing of it, but yeah. For others that don't know it, you can go, because yeah, you even have that, but you also have, if you just go into tinkering, you have actually, dismiss this one. You go into tinkering, you have show resources here. And this basically shows everything except, yeah, those resources. So you can still get to everything, but just the watch is already, like for the main resources, if you need to know, just those are there. Hopefully they'll fix it. Oh, that's sad. Yeah. Carbine 7s. Well, I mean, maybe they'll get some buffs in the future. Let's go to Federal Bunker of Emergencies. That's my X button. It's kind of broken. Oh, there's a named group there. What's that targeted here? Yeah. Let's maybe just go murder them. This place is the one that I feel for most people, depending on if all my allies already have their ones. Master is not made for those kind of ranges that I'm trying to shoot at. Yeah, there's also a yellow box up there. Let me shoot that down. Surprised these Black Tusk on this side haven't aggroed us yet. Yep. Me and my big mouth. Of course they dropped it.
Come out and fight!
Got my weapon ready.
We wiped
Off we
them
go. Yeah, let me set some directives before we run in. Well, let's take the same 4, right? Basically everything without Pistolero.
Black Tusk have infiltrated the bunker and have sent a digital forensic team to dig through the old Shade network hub. We have to shut them down.
What do you see?
Wait, where's the...
I got one. Almost
Maybe not the broken armor. There's one of them. One crate in the back here. Oh wait, what was that? It's not Federal Agency Burger. It is now. Get your free burgers. That's not a bad promise. Anyway, let's go murder in here. I know, on this elevator I usually don't wait because it's, you know, everybody's getting the loading screen here. It doesn't really actually matter if you're in the elevator or not. So, let's rush it down. You know what?
Near the area outside the bunker entrance.
I'm gonna go Eclipse for this room and the next room, but only those two. And not so much for this room, but for the next room. But I might not have enough charges at the end of this room to go back otherwise. Because this room isn't too bad. The next room without an Eclipse is kind of painful. So we'll concede for one room. Eclipse him. And this gal's one is the glass Eclipse. So not much of spread, but a lot more of damage. It's not even like spreading upstairs.
We have to know how bad this is.
Download complete.
Get it right away.
They've managed to compile a ton
They
of
spawn up there.
from the Shade network servers. I had no
And
idea
back there.
Black Tusk had access to this kind of digital forensic
Maybe
software.
a second wave in the upstairs here in a second. We'll lay that as a trap for him. Oh, didn't spawn yet. Oh. Yeah, I'll fix up the camera in a second. I'm gonna go take all the pickups because I want a charged hive as full as it can be. Using a pestilence full red with these directors seems the pestilence buff is more consistent when no season event is active. Could be, but wait, is the marker actually fixed for it? Because I haven't actually tried pestilence since this week, basically. Let me swap this for lefty for a second. I'm gonna shoot out these glass panes and I'm gonna toss my hive up there for now. And I'm actually gonna sit back here so I don't pick up these pickups. I'm gonna pick up these pickups now, just so I have a second hive. toss that upstairs as well. Actually, that landed wrong. Uh-oh, where did that go? Exactly. For that room, an eclipse is like a life change. Do I have enough pickups here to go back? Likely not. Resources. Actually, I'll leave my allies to this room. I'm actually gonna jump out. Outside of this place, the skill pickups aren't a thing, so I'm gonna go over here. Oh, yeah, you guys just go ahead, by the way. No need to. The next rooms are pretty easy anyway. Basically filler rooms. I'm just gonna wait for this thing to be full and then I'm gonna swap back. Because I actually want to run the combat medic a little bit. I haven't ran it in a while. I'm back here. Yeah, I wish the pestilence, like it's so much more obvious now how far behind the pestilence in general always was in comparison to some things. I wish it was better, maybe. But oh, actually, yeah. And if the marker, I mean, actually, I mean, this gal does have a pesty, but not a per se. But I can just run it on a full red. Or does she actually? Might have gotten rid of it. Yeah, she does.
Another hit. Fucker's here.
Immediate medical assistance needed. System disrupted.
Disrupt rounds, of course, is one.
System restored.
The only odd thing with this room, though, is that it does actually go out of combat after like every wave, which like heals everybody back up anyway. So it's actually not that like actually dangerous.
I'm flanking.
System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Cut. Fire.
Oh, can upstairs?
Come off the man.
It's not even the mini tank wave here. Oh no, that's the mini.
Got him.
That's downstairs. At least. All the pickups on the crate. Oh yeah, we have this ladder. But yeah, we need to actually try it on all the ladders. But yeah, that's kind of fun. Can I actually go in and I'll open?
Hostile.
Oh, no warrant? There's usually one in this first wave. Let's grab all these pickups.
Download complete.
They've been correlating our data with their own to form takedown plans on all the factions in the city. They're really moving fast
No
on this.
resource there.
There should be more activity.
Also for here, I'll toss in my hive a little bit like middle of the room. It'll have Faraday as well, so if you want to have that. But also you can push in if you need to. I'm mostly just gonna set up myself next to it so I can heal.
Serious trauma detected.
See. I know this room just needs damage. This is one of those rooms where damage really matters. And we had that in abundance. I wanted it to land, but remove some of those armor breaks. Yeah. On to the boss fight. Okay, what are my allies running? Oh, hey,
Electronic device
Heartbreaker.
detected.
The red Heartbreaker? Like with the previous here. Striker and Striker. Oh yeah, there's a timer there. I forgot about that. That's fine though, except that's a long load. Might have to free to hit it.
Watch out.
free. Weapons free. Shoot him again.
Files transferred.
This looks like troop orders based on the intel you found earlier. Well, this is a good find. Knowing our enemy's intentions will help us defend against them. Well done. I've sent the intel you found to all our allies.
Another one down. So let's actually track the weekly. We don't need to. Well, we've got the 2 invaded missions, but we could go do Tidal. But actually, I'd much rather do invaded Roosevelt. I don't know about you guys. That's just holsters and rifle. Well, let's just go do the. Let's go do Potomac and then Roosevelt over Tidal. That'll be likely the same amount of time anyway. Considering the purple effort. Yeah, I'll stick with this. Were any of her weapons affected? I think only this RPK, right? Which was a fast hands one. All of the rest, yeah, all of the rest is still the same. Let's go get started. Those guys are outside. We'll despawn
Looks
them
like Black
once
Tusk
we
is trying to
reach
set
the
up a forward
gate.
base here. We can't let them succeed. Secure the compound and destroy any assets they've brought in.
Heads up, Agent. I'm seeing multiple enemy guards by the northeastern gate.
Do what's necessary, Agent. Neutralize any threat.
It's also halfway through here. I'm just gonna supercharge. Just to have done it a few more times. Doing some overcharged shields and stuff.
Proceed to the docks and do a sweep.
Do not touch. Shooting, touching. What does this button do?
I see him. Attacking the enemy.
A good thing they said they're attacking the enemy. Otherwise, her allies might think she's attacking them. Let's move this hive up.
Multiple hostile patrols are moving on the docks.
transport helicopter detected. System curtailed.
I'm gonna sit in my own healing for a second.
Enemy has me pinned.
Eyes on you. Operator down.
Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, it was her.
I've got
Wait, that door now insta closes on the.
There's additional hostiles
I
located.
guess I
on the
just
loading dock
usually
ahead.
don't look back there.
Black Tusk UID signature detected.
Sounds like you found some Black Tusk equipment. Destroy it.
You've got more hostiles moving in on your position.
And one of the oddities that always existed with... well, actually, I don't know if it always existed, but definitely since they removed the burst healing from yourself. So in the past, you could actually do the burst of the healing chem would also actually apply to yourself, but I was a little bit OP. So they removed that. But ever since they did, I feel they also added in that timer, right? Where it is not as consistent anymore. Oh, well, not... well... once you use one, that first one has the burst, and then the rest, like, has basically a timer. I wish they would visualize that timer in some way. Like, if it was just a buff bar thing. Or that you could know when the burst is available, yeah. Although what I should do is just time it one time, right?
We need to ensure that the entire site is neutralized.
Do a second cam on like 5 seconds, on 10 seconds, on 15 seconds, and then see where it is, and then try to narrow it down.
Heads up, I'm seeing hostiles inbound on the construction site.
Outcast stuff is all here still. And I'm feeling it getting late. But I'm fine because tomorrow I actually, as I said yesterday, I was expecting to stream today or this afternoon as well. In the end, I just got a bunch of work stuff done. Instead. Yeah, and I'm gonna do the original behind you, which is that we're just gonna stand here and just wait for these guys to, you know, go from not existing to existing. But yeah, having done most of the work, tomorrow I'll be decently free, so likely I'll do an afternoon stream. Because I'll either do that or I'll go do a bunch of
Black Tusk
other
UID
stuff.
signature detected.
Usually I end up just streaming.
Destroy it.
I hit him. Keep clear.
Yeah, one of the things I would like to actually do a few more of is those I did a few shorts. They were, I labeled them build overviews. And they're actually pretty well received, and also like I think they turned out pretty okay. So I want to do a few more of those. Yeah, don't forget that there's a crate in the back. There we go.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Maybe. And I hate I see.
Need to sweep that area. Neutralizing hostile!
Sniper especially. Slap that up there. Let's go ahead to key chest as well. Oh, still around here-ish. And then I'll go and murder everybody else.
Network server detected.
Find it, and if possible, create an uplink. We need to know what's
Yeah, I
up.
want to make a few more of those. I think Hotshot would be a good candidate to do. Basically, definitely. I'm not sure what else. Like Hunter's Fury. Basically all the build showcases, right? Just do them one by one as build overviews as well.
Ammo
It
detected.
is kind of fun to try to distill a build down to like what is it at its core in that like in a minute.
System activated. Server terminal detected.
Perfect. Isaac should be able to link to the server through that terminal.
Accessing server. Establishing uplink.
Hang on. I think I've got something here. A huge
I have
encrypted
over
file.
there.
Whatever happens, make sure to maintain the uplink.
Tango's deploying.
Just in case.
Go line.
That thing. On the line.
I do like the gameplay of Combat Medical. This was the build I would run a lot before Eclipse existed. But nowadays Eclipse has kind of displaced this for me as like an actual effective, like if I want to get stuff done, I will likely grab an Eclipse. But that's just trying to keep an like eye out on your allies at all times and stuff. It's actually kind of fun. And it's definitely effective enough by itself. Although the Striker variant, that's the one I would recommend actually. This one is okay. We're waiting for completion. and some extra loot. Now let's go get set up for Roosevelt, although I'm going to take a short fire break, if that's okay with you guys. And then we'll get started there. I'm gonna fast travel there already there. But yeah, I'm gonna take a short fire break, a minute one, and I'll be right back.
Reasons why they shouldn't be allowed to. Go get them, Agent.
Back again. Yeah, let's get this one done as well. Well, let's keep the same 4, right? It's been working out for us. He's in the scope area. But yeah, we're ready. Let's head on in.
The entire island is crawling with Black Tusk. Their team's taking samples in the northwest. Your best bet is to head up the west side and intercept them.
Because after this one as well, just to round out the weekly, we'll do, well, we need to do 3 bounties, 5 activities total. The bounties will count as activities, Black Tusk bounties, Black Tusk activities as well. And during those bounties, we'll get all of the names that we still need. So basically, it's 3 bounties and 2 activities, or just 5 bounties, maybe even. We'll see what we have available to us. We'll have to go sniper there. Yep, that's on me. That's also on me. Is that sniper still? No. I just looked at it. Oh no, they are actually still there. Oh, it's Palisade here. It's not a bad.
Good news
It's not a
for
bad
us.
target.
Who knows what those assets are gonna do with the samples from the Roosevelt quarantine?
These all get some parts to. As I've been trying to craft a mask. Because it could be handy to have something as a replacement piece of. That worked out against that warhead.
System malfunctioning.
Basically, instead of going Grupo and gaining, you know, that. What was it, like 8% or something?
System restored.
Or 7% or whatever it was. When the Coyote's there. Instead to go Palisade and just have 10% armor and kill. Doesn't sound like the worst deal, basically. And I'm actually really liking it already on Eclipse anyway. Well, there are some voices on the right. And usually going through the middle here is a little bit dangerous. I'm gonna actually go with the pomegranate here as well. There's another jammer up there. I should just take my time and just eat through it. I should have overcharged there. Because that, for instance, is also still like one of the places I would pick a classic M1A, is just because the alpha is so much higher on a classic M1A, just the hit of it is so much higher. You can much more consistently get the kill, or well, yoink the kill, steal the kill, basically. So for instance, for a bunch of builds, I use a secondary rifle. And just with Future Perfect. That's likely still gonna, for a bunch of them, remain the classic M1A. And let's go get this crate along the way. I always feel like we should be able to sneak through here. Feels big enough. Now, one of my favorite physics subjects.
System curtailed. System reactivated.
They're pulling back. Looks like they've left some of their samples behind.
Sounds like a great opportunity to destroy those samples.
Oh no. Jam and then let's kill them both. Actually, I haven't been looking at my like whatever I've been doing during this. I'm like not gonna be comparing well against a bunch of strikers. Oh well, the strikers and Heartbreaker. So. I had to kill there, and turns out I didn't. Let's blow their shit up.
Viral contamination containers destroyed.
You know, my leads. Good evening, Akia. Question: when you run Eclipse, does creeping that status effect range at that 50 meters on the chest piece? I can't really tell. Generally no, because kind of depends. So
Get those samples off site.
that 15 meters of the creeping death is just its own thing. When it's like, whenever it triggers, it spreads from that center point 15 meters. That can be from a spread that is just happening from a kill. But usually when you apply the status effect first time, that will trigger creeping death, and then usually your status effect is already gone by the time it's like back to like propagate again. So you can't really see it like that, but sometimes it does happen like that. Sometimes like the kill happens, it spreads, and then that spread happening triggers creeping death, and then from that center point it might like jump really far. But that's more like an irregular thing that happens. It's basically two different things that just happen whenever each of them happens. So Eclipse's kill on kill, whenever that happens, it spreads within its radius. And creeping death, whenever it is available, it spreads and does its thing. You know what this build could use? Although actually, Wait, is Hermano... What brand was Hermano? I keep forgetting. Isn't it Brazos? Oh, actually, I have one. I remember seeing one. Yeah, it is. Why didn't I think of that before? Yeah, that's what I said. So Brazos. Yeah, I totally forgot that it's Brazos. This could be the Hermano. Could be the second piece Brazos. I could give up vigilance and have a good way of getting perfect overclock.
Team is dug in tight.
Because then as well, wherever I put my hive, like, people can just cuddle the hive, and then... I mean, you don't even need to cuddle the hive. Like, how many meters is Hermano again? 15, I think. Yeah. I could totally see that being... Because yeah, the striker one really can't. Striker one really can't. Or like really shouldn't. Basically. Because yeah, the backpack slot... nah, no. Basically no. But these high-end ones could. I feel like... Because overclock is actually like the perfect overclock is really good. Like actually really good. That reload of it is by itself already like worthy. But then what would I need? I would need crit damage because it's a blue core thing, right? Yeah, I would need crit damage repairs. For this one, I would need crit damage. Or, well, I would need crit chance crit damage. I think I have a crit chance crit damage one, actually.
And it doesn't look friendly.
Where am I going? I'm like... My brain is totally by that thing now.
Incoming! I'm stuck!
Let's go pretty deep. Because I looked at the combat medics, but yeah, of course, overclock. Hermano came in with 20.1, so kind of didn't overlap correctly, basically.
System disrupted.
What am I stuck on?
Good hit. Center mass.
Disrupted.
System restored.
Totally put sledge on the pistol, actually. Yeah. But why should you even have an in-sync pistol? This pistol actually... okay, this pistol got rerolled, actually. Right?
Hostiles eliminated.
Looks like the Tusks have loaded the samples into
No.
containers for transport.
What does you have an in-sync
Stop them,
pistol?
whatever it takes.
Here. Oh, it's just a mistake. Okay. Could still be a future or I mean, it should be a future perfect for now, but actually I should make it just a sledge. Because I could have actually had a sledge there. Yeah, I'm just gonna yoink actually and run because I want to keep my allies up.
Vital signs critical.
I say that and then I see loot all the way back there. I'm a coming. Determined M70 or M700. Well, you'll just have to see what that becomes in a few weeks.
Black Tusk are packing those samples into containers on the docks.
Don't let them take a goddamn thing off that island.
Oh, and hey there, Coco. And yeah, I am indeed having a good evening. A little bit low energy at the moment, but that's fine too. We've been unhinged pretty for the most of the week. Finished up the rifle video as well earlier on stream. Or well, recorded the segments, so that one is ready to be kind of stitched together and then it's done, which is good because yeah, there hasn't been a new video on the channel for way longer than I wanted to, but also yeah, we're kind of doing things. Oh, in the automatic fire eclipse mode. And pulled up whatever chem I had in my hands, of course.
You've got another helo inbound. Looks like they mean business.
That's because, yeah. It's a pretty long one, but yeah, basically the short of it is M1 ACQB is really good. Mark 17 is a general really usable. ACRSS is, I would say, like if you're going for damage, you need to kind of learn to use it. And then the M1A, the classic M1A, like does things that it does, and then the 1886 is Headhunter, like the dream for Headhunter. So, that's basically the short version.
Viral contamination containers.
the last one.
Viral contamination containers destroyed. Viral contamination containers destroyed.
I'm gonna use the burst healing on it, so.
Get this shit off me!
I'm gonna go get set up for this way. It's usually the way that gets overlooked.
Sending the
Target eliminated.
Whoa. Was that the biohazard team leader? It's a stroke of luck from the goddamn blue. Samples destroyed and biohazard team neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Indeed, mission accomplished. Hey, I got a sacrum there. I'll take an exotic component. That's a mission complete. Oh yeah, let's go get the key chest in the corner. I almost forgot. Actually, yeah. Am I helping? Nah, not really. Barely. Guys, yeah, that's the downside of hybrids. You're basically hoping that your team is good enough so you can kind of like just make life easier for them, and then they'll do the damage. Let's go get cleaned up for a second, as I'm basically full as well. And then let's go do a few bounties. I'll check as well if I have a few good zones. Although I feel West Potomac actually has ARs, right? That'll be a good zone to do bounties in, and Black Dusk usually is there.
Godspeed and good luck.
Oh, I'll likely have a bunch of Black Dusks anyway in there. Oh, it's cherished. Yeah, that sacrum is gonna get deconstructed. But actually, what I should totally do tomorrow afternoon is actually make a note of it. Change TL named exo guide. Because yeah, mine are still have a few errors in them, which we need to fix up, as the Reddit spreadsheet has kind of been updated finally. So I wanted to quickly just see. Hermano is craftable, right? I mean, yeah, was one of the blueprints they recently added in, right? Yeah, Hermano. And yeah, Prof getting a few of the commendations there, I see.
Come on over and take a look. Finest selection in the district.
Also, I don't know if I'll share this just in case if somebody Gila crit chance crit damage mask. It's just in case you want to make a regen build. Although that's the slot that usually they like to chill at. So last missing a good chunk of the group class. Okay. Yeah, glad to help out with them. I should have 0 Black Dust bounties there. I have a ton of Black Dust bounties there. What is that son today? Electric. Let's go get a few bounties from our good Black Dusk friends. Yeah, let's go do that one. We'll go from Tidal Basin. Actually, wait, before we go, this will reset the world though, but let's take at least two directives if we're gonna do a bunch of bounties. Might as well have 50% more XP. So is that outside of the sun? It's a weapon, like, it's not too horrendous.
No longer in your group.
Gonna have chill stream I make there. No worries then. And then thanks for tagging along there. And yeah, I hope you had fun. It was fun having you around. And of course, because I reset everything. No, there's one there. Let's go get that one. But anyhow, as well, if anybody else wants to join us, although we won't be going that much, like, I'll likely just do these, whatever is needed for this, basically last parts of the weekly. And that'll be likely it for me as well, because made it a pretty long day. But a fulfilling day. I got a lot of work stuff done as well. And finally made the rifle video, which also took like forever. And it's the same for Comic by what he says there. Oh, well, I'll start running towards there. So I just slept for 3 hours. You know, that's not healthy, right? Oh, God damn it. I was going to go check if I needed any of the...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Going to kill. And let's go do that thing. Before we get sidetracked by a billion things. Because this will get us 3 bounties as well. Well, likely my allies have a bunch of bounties. I want to contribute to. No, you want to go the other way, Dougie.
I see a hot weapons free. How many times I gotta kill this asshole? New contact. Friendly.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Surely they come up north.
Hostile control point detected.
That's some bad shooting on my end. Comments on the minigun. I wrote something to the west, but I just have to. Oh, ouch. There's a few true sons behind us.
That big gun will help us.
Let's get our bounties. Oh, a bloodsucker backpack. Yeah. I don't know if you want this one, Pamic. I'm good on those. I have too many Cheska. I have way too much Cheska, actually, for once in my life. But that could be a decent piece to blue core maybe for something. And let's just go to the bounty where it's at. And we'll just run from where we are. Going around the control point though. Because we'll do one of the bounties there, and then when we toggle or when we hit the next one, it'll go likely to the south there, and then
Target is near you, Agent.
off with their heads. Wait, what? Huh, that's interesting. I actually didn't know it worked that way. I swapped off of the missile launcher, of course, after shooting it, but then I was holding my Future Perfect weapon there. And I got Future Perfect off of it. But yeah, I of course didn't like yeah. Is there anything else you could do with that thing? Could you trigger pummel with it? Or something? Now I'm curious about this. Have I never thought about this? Because yeah, actually, yeah, the kill happens, of course, like, because the kill is delayed. Does that work with the crossbow too, actually? I have a million questions now. There goes my sleep. My turn to only sleep 3 hours.
Look out! Shield! Check your flank. Enemies coming around.
Because usually stuff like, you know, let's say, like, you get a grenade kill or something while holding the weapon. That doesn't count. But this, of course, yeah, swapping between weapons. But there's only really, like, 3 weapons where that can even happen. Really, like, right? So there's the... It's just the crossbow,
That's the target,
the
Agent.
multi-missile launcher, and the grenade launcher. Although maybe the fire from the firewall one. Because everything else is basically hit scan.
Vital signs critical.
Watch out for the sniper in the back. Also, we need this guy gone.
Target down. Good job.
Why not? And all the hacks. All your hacks are belong to us. Oh. I'll just share that one. Just in case. A wild Omni wants it. Likely this side of it. Yeah, probably indeed. Plays the same game as they do. Just he goes straight for the minigun. It says there. I definitely want to try this thing out with Overclock.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Because I'd totally be okay giving up overcharge for overclock. Or overcharge.
Immediate medical assistance
What's
needed.
it called? One coming up behind you guys.
Serious trauma detected.
Go.
Agent down.
Angle is all bad.
Just want one of these charges. Oh, actually, there's no. Oh,
Target neutralized.
charges are off.
Good work.
You know what? Here, I'll have your hive back.
That's your target.
I should save that for when we get into combat, but also. Those shields aren't getting used much anyway.
Stand there and take it.
Wait, what? Oh.
Like this.
Some wild Trusons appeared.
Rogue defender drone detected. Hostile defender drone
Yeah, I think that's sad.
detected.
Because it is usually the one that gives people trouble. Because either the south or the north gate opens, and never both. Oh, wait, I can. I mean, that makes sense, but I just have never tried that, of course. That's weird. Because it turns out that I can hit this and just set it up.
An agent needs assistance.
Good thing I gave Pamik his hive back. Earlier. What is the rest of this? Oh, that's yeah. Fix that then.
You got the target. Nice. Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time.
Another supercharge. Still a sniper somewhere? Although, yeah, that's not part of the bounty. So, while we're here, let's get these. I think you can lose him by shooting. Yeah. But I didn't actually, well, I mean, it makes sense, but, because, yeah, with fire cams and stuff, you can, and foam cam as well. You can direct impact, and that does damage. Actually, that does actual damage. But I've just never done it with a healing cam. Just because. Why would I? This was more one of those, like, yeah, of course this works this way, but just hadn't thought of it. Alright, on to the next one. What was it? I feel everything is focused on me when we get this part of sniper times. Yep. They have heard the tales of terror. Hey, snitch. Let's wait for everybody to be.
Want to know where my pal is set up today?
I already know Snitch, but I'll take an extra bounty.
Copy that. Tank engaging. Heads up.
Oh, yeah, one thing I should definitely test at the end of the stream. It's checking if they fixed the markers and stuff. Although I'm gonna, because you haven't ran. Actually, I've ran Headhunter. Did that feel fixed? I don't remember. We have to go down here. The Manhunt Road. But yeah, if they fixed the markers for stuff, which includes like Pestilence and Headhunter.
Moving to attack. Hit him.
That's the target, Agent.
Tango, back up. Throwing a jammer.
Rogue Restorer Hive detected. Hostile Restorer Hive detected.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Nice. Jockey Jacks. Jackie Jacks Murph. Crates along the way, and then we'll push out here.
Heavy contact.
Hi. Maybe she used her fists, not her shotguns.
You got the target. Nice. Target spotted, Sheriff.
I'm out of grenades. Not that I need them, but
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
nice of that name to just go up a ladder, letting us just shoot him all the way up. I mean, that gate is open now. Yeah. Alright, there's a few crates in here as well. Let's get those. Including one of these. And one of these. Punch main the self in the face a second. Yeah, one of us should have another bounty here. You guys could check which one of you that is. items. Let's just hang on to that G36 train.
Target is near you, Agent.
Unless you really don't want it. I'll take it just to check if I like don't have a better one in my stash. But yeah, Pomic doing the Pomic dance. Yeah. Crazy. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Are you sure don't want it? I'll yoink it, but just for beautification. Oh, I mean, that's not so another one. Yeah, oh, well, you all yoink the G36. And yeah, let's run back there. Because actually, yeah, we're gonna exit here. That puts us like pretty close to it. This thing isn't open, but we can go up. Wait, these are also closed. Oh, we can open.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Those shots aren't even really aimed at us. Yeah, this actually isn't part of our bounty.
System.
I'm hoping this gate up here is open.
Somebody must have been watching over us.
Otherwise we're still no.
System back online.
I actually know we can go here, right? Yeah. And go around. Yeah. There we go. We got there in the end. Oh, you guys are in. Yeah, you have to be outside. But you can also go through that, like, this middle thing. As usual, it starts out here.
Right there, right there.
Alright, this gate opens. So we can go through there. Although I'm gonna go get my loot. I'll catch you.
That's the target, Agent.
Play surfing bird dance, yeah. it's the Johnny Bravo dance. Hip hop hoop.
Going in.
Also, I feel, how is that not a thing? Like, since when was that a thing that existed? And how is that not a thing since the time that it has existed?
Drones are free.
Because the thing is, I feel I've likely at some point, like, I'm gonna guess it's maybe with the, like, the new animations being kind of like half broken, that it's like that. Because I feel with the amount of just me just tapping whenever I'm just waiting as well, I just like sometimes do this stuff, you know. I feel I would have seen it. Like, I don't know. Oh, was a thing before the update? Because I just don't spend enough time on ladders. Because I usually just go up them or down them. Apparently as well.
Fight the shield carrier.
That fucking agent is back.
Oh no, so I mean like since 20 is because of the update that I made.
Serious
So
trouble.
whenever they broke like the animations. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I feel like I would have ran into that at some point before, like in the 4 years before, because I feel that's likely just since like it's the same like thing of just the momentum instantly leaving. It's like a broken animation.
That's your target.
Because it has got introduced by at T20. We're still kind of not fixed, which is odd. Started with the, yeah. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that was T20. That was the first batch, like whenever Project Resolve came in. Hey, Auntie. Auntie's back.
I've got nothing from here.
Some free True Sons as well. Why is she gonna go over here?
You got the target.
There won't
Nice.
be us coming this way. I'll get the big gun.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
That animation also was very worked there.
Heading back.
And yeah, we need one more activity. You know what? Let's end it in style. Let's go to the elite territory control up there with Black Tusk. I feel that's a good one to end on. And yeah, let's just go from American history.
Hostile control point nearby.
And that will also likely be the end. I'll go get cleaned up and we'll just stop it there. Wait, there was one thing I wanted to check. I've already forgotten. Wait. Must have not been important. And I might actually try to make a Hermana for this. I could totally see this being okay with Hermana.
Hostile broadcast detected.
At the very least, having it as an option on the build picture. So, let's get it going.
Target's here.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Nice.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh, wow. I'm also edging ever closer to 21. Sweet 21. Hey, I finally get to drink. Should get a bottle of vodka or something for when we hit 21K. Oh yeah, 21-year-old whiskey or something like that. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up. We got some projects finished.
Hey, check this out.
One thing I totally also need to do tomorrow is get that descent in and kind of see what happens. Because yeah, feel somebody said that you get basically all the comms you were missing with this one. Would be nice if that's indeed the case. But yeah, another 3 exotic components onto the pile.
Hello there.
A bunch of resources and stuffs and things. Doors, kickers, knocks. No, actually, if somebody wants this ACR SS, because I've actually won too many already. But if somebody wants that one, so that one is well within range to be optimized. And yeah, I'm gonna have a peek at what the one in my stash looked like. Ah, it was it was already super card rolled. You know what? If somebody else like Pomaka, I don't know if you want this one just to have it. Otherwise, Omni, if you want to keep it, because yeah, I already have a one that is already maxed out all the way and always. Because annoyingly, that one doesn't have the long rail, which is like the thing that like G36s are, I feel, are really good for now, which is putting flatline on them and stuff. But yeah, that one doesn't do that. And yeah, I might actually, after the stream... Oh yeah, Hermana doesn't need any... It only needs protective fabric. That's odd. Because yeah, they added in later, of course, but then... Wait, does Picaros also have the same then? No, Picaros does require all of its things. Ah, at least that's good for me. I can make a few Hermanos. And yeah, likely I will need a crit damage, whatever. What am I running now? Crit damage repair skill. Basically giving up. Oof, that's a lot to give up though. Oh no, actually I don't give up the brand bonus, right? It replaces this piece. The Providence goes here. Yeah, the Providence goes here, and then I was kind of thinking maybe Fox or something. But I mean, if I wanted Fox, I could have already done that. Instead of like Cheska, but yeah. Yeah, this one's set up weird. Maybe I should change this one actually to be different. Yeah, because the other one is set up in this way with 2-piece Providence because it goes perfect glass. This one's also kind of set up to go perfect glass, and you can basically just go perfect glass if it wants to, because I can just go perfect glass like this with a full glass red, and then just like I gain a crit damage instead of this thing. The crit chance moves here, the crit damage is a mod. And then that's glass instead. And I give up a repair skill, kind of, you know, maximizing out damage a little bit more out of it. But in this form, it doesn't make that much sense to me, actually. If we're also, like, giving up the gift. Because if we put the Brazos here, we keep the Cheska. And instead go Fenris Grupo. as an option. Because that headshot, I mean, Capacitor isn't bad at headshotting, but this isn't the headshot build per se. The thing is this 10 crit chance. Because this 2-piece 10 crit chance is kind of unbeatable as well. Yeah, I'll likely just take the Providence here for now, or we'll have a long look at it and kind of theory craft it. Because yeah, we could just put it into a multi-calc and then like see what comes out. But yeah, for now, actually, yeah, first I'm gonna thank Omni and Pamik for hanging out and about, and also to Professor Hojo, Prof Hojo, or Professional Hojo. Yeah. Well, I'll go with Professor, right? Or just Hojo. For hanging out as well. And yeah, I'll drop the group here, letting them go their merry ways. And yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna we're gonna have a the rifle video is gonna go up. I'm likely gonna stream in the afternoon, so maybe then we'll be around again. And yeah, getting pretty close to that. Yeah, 21K. That went actually pretty fast. That was like a month, and because that was the cool thing of doing it on like a specific day that I will remember. The 20K. So yeah, 1.5 months basically for 1K levels, as we did it on the 10th of the February, of course, the 20K. Let's say this is like, plus 12 days likely. It's likely tomorrow or the day after I'll hit the 21K. So yeah, like 1 month and like 12 days or something. So actually, well, February was 29 days. So yeah, it's still fine. That's not bad. Interesting that we didn't get into. Well, actually, yesterday for me, it didn't, like, after the first few deltas, I got like 2 deltas in a row on my main account when I logged in. I got one on my like second account when I logged in, like on the second one, but not so much like after. And yeah, for us, it didn't delta today at all, which is a good thing. But yeah, I wonder what it is. Maybe it's region related. Maybe it's something else related. Well, maybe it could be that the consoles, or like, because the person did say they were on PS5, but I don't know if they're having more issues. But but yeah, also, so wait, did they say anything? I'm gonna just go check the Reddit. Did they say anything for? Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, if you log, okay. So I went to check the Reddit. So some people are getting this when they're logging in, which actually I didn't even read it myself, but please refrain from recalibrating weapons with talents that were randomly re-rolled after the 2.20.2 update until the issue is resolved. Talents that belong to named and exotic weapons were not affected. Feel that's like extra jabbing against that that person that posted their Regulus with determined. So yeah, don't touch them. Let's see what they do. Hopefully, I'm hopeful that they can actually have a fix for it. Kind of depends on the back end what actually happened. So yeah, so likely, I mean, well, everybody will have likely get that when whenever they log in next. Because I didn't see it when I logged in, so they did it after like 8:30ish my time. Too late. Okay, you already re-rolled a few, Pamek. We found the two that well, yeah. Well, now you have two extra. Well, let's see actually if they actually fix it as well, because I would be happy to see that they actually fix it, but they might also not be able to. Like it's basically up in the air still. Them putting that out at least gives a little bit more hope. So, so for example, that affected. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, well, it's basically if the talent wasn't recalibrated, and I have a bunch of weapons as well that were just waiting for for me to recalibrate them, and some of them got changed, and those don't matter. And yeah, I feel for a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, I have the same kind of like, really the only weapon like I had one like this thing got hit, becoming breadbasket. I'll just not touch it and just we'll keep it as is, and we'll keep it around, and let's see. Also just a revert to it, yeah. From just one shotgun to free talent, yeah. And as for me, actually, like likely, because even that M700, that was always for me like intended to become free talentable in the future, even though I optimized that one. Same for the SR1 on that character. That is also like the DTOC has been rerolled, but I just needed some weapons quickly, and that was quicker. So yeah, I'm gonna go find somebody to give a raid to. Actually, I'm not showing the screen anymore, right? Yeah, just to make sure. And yeah, I'll be back likely tomorrow afternoon, and we'll continue on then. And for the Twitch people, I'm gonna go raid someone, and the person I'm going to raid. Wait, is this in hours? Really? Okay. Wait, what are they doing? Or are they still going? Oh, okay. Well, they'll likely still keep going for a bit. So we're going to raid Sharky as he's up way late, and yeah, he has a runtime of 8 hours 22 minutes on his stream. So I was like, wait, is that literally actually hours? And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening, very likely in the afternoon. Yeah, we'll continuing on. So yeah, I'm gonna start this raid on the Twitch end, and yeah, hope you guys had some fun. Yeah, rifle video tomorrow, and also likely we're gonna do another pass on the build collection now that the capacitor is fixed, and get that then, and then play around a bit. So have fun with Sharky, who's I see like with 3 names in fighting Morozova. The raid group has been whittled away to 3 people, although they're likely doing it intentionally. So let's go watch some silliness. So yeah, enjoy, and as always, have a good night.